obviously, when two humans, heterosexually, a man and a woman, have a baby, that's God giving them the power to create, giving them His power. Now, when when a mad scientist, however many, combine DNAs together in a lab and create something, is that the power of God? I don't know. That's kind of where it's like, I don't know. I mean, because He gives us free will, He gives us His powers temporarily in some cases, but where really is the borderline or the red line between synthetic and natural?
Yeah, translates the Lord my deliverer. Many scriptures you will find in the Bible, even the book of Psalms, and especially the book of Psalms. God our deliverer. What is God's name in Hebrew? That means the Lord delivers. The Lord is our deliverer. Yahweh, that's Mephalti. Yahweh, which translates to the Lord my deliverer. Scripture you find in the Bible, even the book of Psalms, and especially the book of Psalms, David prayed to the deliverer on occasion. In Psalm 18, verse 2. That he is my deliverer, he is my rock.
He told Goliath God was going to deliver him into his hand.
He's my salvation. He had that understanding that he was delivered. God delivered Israel under the hand of Pharaoh in the book of Exodus. You can see what happened in the book of Joshua. You can see what happened in all these different Bibles or different chapters in the Bible that God delivered his people. And one of the best chapters, especially when you're going through a time, a very hard time.
There's one simple pepper trick that anyone can do at home to reduce pain. Never did this publicly, but is Rumble satanic? We know that Satanists have hijacked all religions, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. But has Rumble been hijacked by Satanism?
I'm only gonna read
Because it just interrupted. It just tried to get you to not catch the Bible verse Julie's telling you to check out.
that God delivers people. It's one of the best chapters, especially when you're going through a trying time, a very dark time. Psalm 34. I'm only gonna read 4 scriptures out of Psalm 34, but read the entire chapter of Psalm 34. Get on the Bible Gateway app and go to the different translations and see which one really speaks to you the most. On his knowledge that he is true. He hears you. He's hearing your prayers. A lot of people are asking that. I did a teaching on that. Does God hear prayers? And he does hear your prayers. And this scriptures you can also hold on to not only God answering.
When your phone's giving you Havana syndrome, ask God to take it away, to prevent it, to stop it, to protect you from it. And He will. They hit me with a little headache machine yesterday. I asked God to save me from it, and it went away extremely rapidly after that went away.
So Psalm 34 and verse 4. I went the Lord for help, and he saved me from all that I fear. A lot of people fear This scripture talks about when I went to the hotel, that's it. You're asking him, what should I do? What should I do? How should I pray? What am I supposed to do about this situation? When we get God's revelation on this situation, it's so much better than trying to figure these things on our own. As what God told me on occasions, Julie, I don't need your help. Why does he not need my help? Because he's so far greater. His thoughts are not our thoughts, and his ways are not our ways. That's in Isaiah 55:11. 55:8. 55:8. And it talks about again, his thoughts, not our thoughts. He can see things up. We cannot. Our brain can't even comprehend. That's why we don't ask how God's going to do things. It doesn't matter how. He's God and nothing is impossible. When we go to him, he will listen and save. So you go to him, write this down. When you pray to God, go to him for help. He will listen and he will save. So in verse 6. He heard me.
How's that? How
He
do you like
saved
that?
me.
Double up. Was double up.
34, verse 17.
Was double up on it. I'm covering the thermal, infrared, and sonar sensors. On, on the cell phone here. There's so if you have an iPhone, you can in the sunlight, as the light's shining through the glass, you can see your camera, and then you can see these random other sensors, and you're like, what are those? Well, they admit one of them is night vision, so they can have facial recognition, but this is a thumbprint opening phone. So what are the sensors? You know what I mean? Is it a heart rate detector? Is it a thermal? Is it a Geiger counter, radiation detector? Is it sonar? Is it a technology they haven't even disclosed? Is it just a Havana syndrome maker? They can give you headache, nausea, whatever. So I put 2 layers of aluminum foil tape, just thin little accurate strips, on those side-by-side sensors that you have to pull out and put back in if you're ever changing out your iPhone screen. You're like, what's this extra camera? It's what it looks like. You're like, what's this extra little camera? If you change your own phone screen. I mean, how come nobody else wonders about these things?
These are 4 different things.
I think Google actually even told me that both of them are IR. I'm like, yeah, right. This is a fingerprint to open phone. So if that's the case, you have double night vision, even if it's as lowly as night vision, which it's not. But so you're telling me you have double night vision on my phone and I don't get access to any of it? I'm coming to fuck you.
But the Lord away. And the Lord finds the people and he out of all their troubles. That is the will are in. Sickness, disease, pain, affliction, torment, torment from not having any joy. All these things God And if you know that, you'll have greater confidence in your with God. And when you're praying with Him and talking with Him, keep hearing me. Because I am going to Him, Lord, I thank you. I need your help in this situation. And I thank you that you are hearing me. Because I am, delivering your word back to you. That's all I'm trying to say. Delivering your word back to you.
Bad actors in the CIA, DARPA, FBI, all military branches. I said all military branches. This seemed to work for foreigners in the elite class. Where are our county militias? God will deliver you into our hands.
And it's written in Isaiah 55:11 that your word is not returned to you void. So when you're going to God in prayer, using His word, giving His word back to Him, one hand for help, and He says, it prays and destroy all doubt and confusion that you may have about, is God going to get me? Is God going to save me? The answer to both is yes. You're going to Him for help. Now, some people, they don't ask God for help, and they do things on their own, and they're wondering why things go in the wrong way. Or you're praying for a while, things don't look like they're going in the right direction, and then you give up on it, and then you don't get your answer to prayer because you quit. Don't quit. Why? Because you know and you know He hears and He delivers. He saves. That is His will and His promise for you. So I hope that encourages you this morning. Now, this is the first one. I heard two of them that day. This is the first one. It's called Awaited Arrests Are Coming. Long-awaited justice is coming. The that some people say will never happen. John Brennan, Eric Holder, Christopher Wray, Susan Rice, Merrick Garland, Anthony Fauci, Jack Smith, James, Judge Engeron, Albert Bragg, Judge Sean, Hunter Biden, Eric Falwell, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and many others of puppets in Washington. So many other puppets in Washington. Many governors, many attorneys, many AGs, and secretaries of state, many in Washington and in Hollywood, many CEOs and presidents of corporations and big banks. Many in Wall Street will be arrested for fraud and helping the puppets in these games and insider trading. These records will be exposed to affect the stock market.
He took off his armor because it weighed him down. It wasn't his armor. And he went to the river to gather some smooth stones.
It's all controlled by the elites. It's all a Ponzi scheme. Not only in America, but the world. Many politicians have already been arrested and judged. Anyone realizes that soon that list will soon be revealed. Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, Nancy Pelosi. Many in the old guard have already been found guilty, and many have already received the sentence of death. My children are new have been going under the radar, so some would not break out in your land, but soon will no longer be done in secret. When the 2020 election Bill comes down, the majority of this government will be found guilty of treason. That will be in front of this world, so everyone will know that full justice rests with me, and justice will be served. President Zelensky will soon be arrested and taken into custody by the American government, just like the president of Venezuela for the same reason. Ukraine is getting the interference with the United States government helped to a sitting president with January 6th. Ukraine had lone wolves trained and been kept in the United States under the radar to assassinate President Trump. Zelensky paid a very high price for working with the establishment and working with Obama to make sure President Trump doesn't fit.
If you have knee pain, watch this. Dude, stop running like that. Yeah, man, they've never felt better. What?
His second term. Money Trump proved that Zelensky and Obama have attitude and will prove the American taxpayer funded so many evil crimes against this nation. Soon the military money that went to Ukraine will be exposed for what it really went for. It went to steal elections and to kill the Senate president. It went to bioweapons that have been released to start the pandemic to lock the United States down again. What the elites don't realize yet, this nation will be locked in and shut down to destroy the establishment entirely, and not to destroy this country, but to free it. The president of Cuba will not last much longer as the president. He's been forced out also for helping to steal American elections with deep state. Obama paid Cuba for multiple every crime committed against America will be revealed. Again, my children, your taxes are going into the nation to destroy the country. These treasonous acts are being stopped by my right hand of judgment and justice. Oh, my United States, every scandal the IRS has been exposed, I am dismantling the IRS. The deep state can no longer use this tax system as a weapon against you. China is about to make a move against Taiwan, protect what's happening there. They do not want the about, but my David is about to use many trump cards against China. Soon, every way they had control in the United States would be destroyed. I think that every country that took part in going after the United States elections and after my David will soon all collapse. Elizabeth Warren will soon the Senate. Her days with the American people are almost over.
Good to hear that.
Someone in the Senate is about to be arrested for shocking reason. My arrests are coming up. How much your enemies try to stop it. Nothing they will work because I am the one that will have the final say. My justice system is about to shake violently to rid of the ones that themselves behind these benches thinking because they are judges they will be safe. But scandal after scandal and proof after proof will come in unprecedented ways to remove every criminal judge in this nation, civil and federal. It doesn't matter how long or who they are by, their past nothing. A Supreme Court judge will suddenly resign. Scream in terror because they know their jig is up and their time is running out. My other enemies are growing in fear and growing fear by the day. Remind yourself when you a great political and spiritual that is taking place in your nation. Your enemies will no longer be able to keep this country under their control. Those days are over, says the host. Now think about this. You have millions of Americans, not only in this country, millions of Americans in this country, and millions of born again children of the Most High God that are praying for this nation. They're praying for the nations. They're praying for freedom. And remember, we read earlier, God is help. He hears and saves. There should be no doubt in any of your minds or any of the minds of any Christian, if God is going to save us. He proved us. Not only is he saving our nation, he proved it in Butler, he proved it in 2020. No matter how much we've been up against. I remember getting be here because the enemy never thought ever gonna be. He never thought he could run for election again because if he did, they were going to try to indict him with that family. God is protecting us and God is protecting us from death. We're seeing miracle after miracle and sign after sign. There is no question mark behind it. It's an exclamation point. God is saving us. And because that is himself. Let's go to Psalm 75 verse 7. God's been talking about the judgment against our enemies. He's talking about how they have been found, or found guilty in the court of law, sentencing period. But not just these courts, because these courts have really put this down. There's been so much injustice.
I have to add some transmission fluid, but I don't want to miss that, so pause it. Brief intermission. Go to the bathroom, get something to drink, fire up, roll up. How about we just go to the vacuum. That's some nasty stuff. Let's see. its joints. No, those were stop signs. By far. But it might be the most important book. It's not the only book you need. Especially not the Schofield version. I don't know. Old Red might have gone on living, but he made one final slip. He tried to match the Ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. I forgot I was live. Am I still live? Okay. That's funny. What was I talking about? I was talking to myself.
Pathetic. A lot of these judges are completely pathetic. They're letting criminals go free and innocent people are thrown in prison.
Nope.
But they're not taking into account that God is a judge on the earth. This is the easy to read version. Psalm 75, verse 7.
Thank you.
God is a judge. He decides he lifts up one person, or he lifts one person up and brings another down. He decides who's important. In other words, he decides who's in power.
She just asked me if I was Caleb.
So it doesn't matter how the enemy puts people in power, God can bring them out of the God. So 7 on the Word translation. God alone is punishing one person and a lot of punishment. And that's why we start questioning in these prophetic words when God talks about arrests. He's found them guilty, and if they're not arrested and they're not sentenced, that's not justice. We know the foundation of God's throne is righteousness and justice. There's ever doubt that arrests are going to make. Well, because our judicial system is screwed up. That's not going to prevent arrests. That's not going to stop the judge on earth. Let's go to Psalm 7. 7 through Psalm 7. Let the other people and from high over the judge me, O Lord, and according to my righteousness, my rightness and justice, and according to the integrity that is in me. Verse 9. Again, this is David crying out to God. Oh, let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end, but establish the uncompromisingly righteous, those upright, and harmony with you, for trying the hearts and emotions and thinking powers of righteous, crying out for justice. He knows God and God will save him. That's why in the book of Psalms, you can constantly see him going to God, inquiring of the Lord. Like David did in Ziklag in 2 Samuel chapter 30. 2 Samuel, 1 Samuel 30. It's one of those. But anyway, he went to Ziklag fire the Lord because it looked like he lost everything.
What salt actually does to your gums when you're struggling with dental issues. The Mayo Clinic confirms gum disease and decay have nothing to do with your teeth or what. In fact, it has very little to do with it. It actually goes much deeper, and it's affecting every organ as we speak. So how can you restore your teeth and gums so that you don't have to worry about bleeding, rotting teeth, and bad breath anymore? Well, do this to restore fast. Brushing your teeth with mouthwash help with gum disease, right? Nope. What about flossing? Do this to restore gums and teeth fast. It's kind of surprising, but gum disease and tooth decay are a sign of your mouth begging for oxygen, right? People think dental issues are all, but the fact is, the bleeding cavity are your mouth's desperate last-ditch attempt to ask your lungs to send oxygen. My dogs, baby. Woo! I don't even know how much I missed. I've been walking my dogs. So give me a minute. We made one final slip. Tried to match the Ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. Old Red might have gone on living, but he made one final slip when he tried to match the Ranger with the big iron on his hip. When he tried to match the Ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. you're on a diet. Is your appetite low? Your appetite's low right now, isn't it? Yeah. That's good. That's good once in a while. Yeah. Get rid of senescent. Fasting, get rid of senescent cells. He does opens him mouth. He's in his 60s. He's like 60. He's probably 62 or 64. Because his dad. Big iron on his head. Big iron on his head. Get it over very quick. Top rope versus top rope. I just stood a better chance of having hooked. What if I'm the first guy to hold off his fucking thing, man? Other than his dad. His dad can hold him off for a minute. It is warm. Say we hit the vacuum. It'll be perfect to catch Maple. Go down and find that log hill we was talking about. And maybe we search this neighborhood today. Lawns and trees, any lawn, any tree. It's like going to work for a few hours. I appreciate it.
Me, O Lord, and do me justice according to my righteousness, my rightness and justice is right standing with you, and according to the integrity that is in me. Verse 9. And again, this is David crying out to God. Oh, let the wickedness of the wicked come to an end. But to establish the uncompromisingly righteous, those upright and in harmony with you, for you who try the hearts and emotions and thinking powers of a righteous God. So he's crying out for justice. God hears him, and God will save him. That's why in the book of Psalms, you can constantly see him go to God, inquiring of the Lord. Just like he did David did in Ziklag in 2 Kings. because it looked like he lost everything. But God made certain and paid him back everything he stole. He said, pursue, overtake, and recover, and he did. And that's what he's saying to us now. Let's go to Psalm 7, verse 11 through 17. God is a righteous judge. Yes, a God who is indignant every day. And does not turn every minute. God will whet his sword. He will turn his bow and make it ready by treading with his foot. He has prepared for him deadly weapons. He makes his arrows fire shafts. 14. Behold, the wicked man conceives iniquity and is pregnant with mischief and gives birth to lies. He makes a pit, hollow it out, and is full, which made for trap was committed. God always traps our enemy. Here's scripture 16 through 17. Psalm 7, 16 through 17. His mischief shall fall back and return upon his own head. So everything that he's doing is going to move back on that. And violence come down with the loose dirt upon his own scalp. I will give to the Lord thanks due to his righteousness and justice, and I will sing praise to him.
Well, what was just described? Loose dirt falling back down is just an impact. That's called ejecta material from a crater impact.
Of the Lord Most High. So there's a lot of scriptures that talk about righteousness. And God is a God. He's a fair God. He's a good God. That's why these arrests, no matter what things look like, because we are supposed to walk by faith and not by sight. We're not supposed to be afraid. This is not too good to be true. Remind yourself of the unprecedented events that take place in the Bible, how God saves his people time and time again. Why would you not think the same God yesterday, today, and forever would not do the same thing now? He will. That's his promise. Let's go to Psalm 55, verse 15. Psalm 55, verse 15 out of the CEV translation. All who hate me are controlled from evil. Send them to death. Send them down alive to the world of the dead. So God's people knew about justice and judgment. All who hate me are controlled by the power of evil. And anybody that's evil is against God. And if they're against God, they'll be judged. And again, there's no way around that unless these people repent. In the Bible, you can see fathers did not. That's the reason why they had judgment on them. And a lot of times it was the judgment of death. Because it caused death. 7, also by the CEV. As punishment for your disgusting sins, I, the Lord, am so angry that I will show you. I will punish you for the evil you've done, and know that I am the Lord. When God showed those judgments in the book of Exodus, those 10 plagues, he had no pity. He kept trying to get them to repent and turn from their wicked ways, and they did not. And he knew they weren't going to, but he still wanted to give them the opportunity because he's long suffering and God is merciful. But the Egyptians refused, and that's why the angel of death came, because they killed so many Israelites. That's what the sentence was death. And that's what the sentence was death, because they wanted to cause more death, and they were pursuing God's people.
That's like our own military killing too many of us, spraying us from the sky.
Stop and let God's people go. They disobeyed. They went after them.
That's like our government agencies that are actually secret societies. just getting some air.
That's what judgment was death. And we're going to free on a CEV. Soon our enemies get what they deserve. Suddenly, they will slip, and total disaster will quickly follow. When only a few when the strength is gone, some of them are slaves. The Lord will feel sorry for them and give them justice. So the next verse.
I don't always want you guys to work.
Verse 37. But the first the Lord said,
Many times when I
ran for safety to other gods, offered them wine and their best sacrifices. Can't those gods help you now or give you protection? Let's go to the next verse. 39. Don't. They understand I am the only God. There are others. Our enemies serve other gods. There are false ones, and they're going to ruin just like Pharaoh did when he served false gods. They realize that the children of Israel didn't really serve the
Be nice.
I'm the one who takes life and gives it again. I punish you with suffering, but now nothing can stop me. I will make the sun rise just as I will take revenge on my hateful enemies. I will sharpen my sword and let it flash like lightning. Flash like lightning. Go to verse 4. My sword will take the flesh and the blood of man. It will kill prisoners and cut off the heads of their leaders. Tell the heavens to separate, all gods to bow down to the Lord, because he will take revenge on his people. He will forgive the sins of Israel and purify sin. So, and he will judge the enemies of his people and of Almighty God. We have confidence that these things that God is they've happened before and they're happening again. Satan's always going after God's people and he will always fail. He will never succeed to the place he wants to succeed. He can't. When a child of God is standing on the word of God. He can if people get into it.
This time.
If people are standing on the word of God because God is faithful to his word. Let's go to 9. Psalm 9. 8 first. When the enemies face you, they run away and stumble and are destroyed. You take your seat as a judge and you say that I was in the right. You warn the nations and destroy your people, and you wipe out their names forever. Before he wipes out their names, he will warn. He has been warning nations. He's been calling them out. He always warns, and then judgment comes. Let's go.
Girls, be careful with this pink salt trick, okay? I used it for just 10 days and lost 26. I actually had to stop because I was moving fat so fast people thought I was sick. Sounds crazy, right? Let me explain.
6, 7. Our enemies are destroyed for time. Their cities are torn down.
She lost 26 grams. It wasn't even a whole ounce of body weight.
And they will never be remembered again. You will forever look and you will be throne, ready for judgment. You judge the world fairly and treat all nations with justice. If we seriously say we put in context everything that's going on today and we read God's word, we should be so full of joy and so full of confidence. We're not going to question anyone what God is not going to do. Because we know he is faithful to his word, he will do it. He is doing it. Let's go to Psalm 9, verse 12. Do not forget to punish the guilty or listen to the cry of he will not forget to punish the guilty. We're talking about all these people. There is 97% of our government that's going to be less justice system failing us on a continual basis. God's justice system will never fail us. And he will not forget to punish the guilty. Okay. Listen to the cries of those. We read that scripture earlier. It also talks about the same thing in Psalm 107. Different scriptures in Psalm 107. How rises people and out of their troubles. How many times does he have to say anything in the word before we get it through? Psalm 9 and verse 16. You show me what you're like if you make justice is done. But evil people are trapped by their own evil deeds. They're trapped. There's no out. They're done for. Their hands been caught in the cookie jar. They've been caught in it. Unless they repent, it's not going to go well with them. Let's go to Psalm 9, verse 9 and 20. Out of the CEV translation, if I did not say that before. Do something, Lord. Do what the nation win. Make them triumph in your court of law. See, God has his own court of law, and that's the one that we can smile about and know that justice is going to be served. He says it. He's the God of justice. Make the nations afraid and let them remember just how weak they are. They are weak compared to him. They have no power compared to him. We start getting filled with doubt and unbelief because the things that you're saying. I want you to read these scriptures. Do something long. Don't let the nation quit. Make them stand trial in your court of law. Read the revelation that God is a judge. He has a court of law. He found them guilty. We are going to see them sentenced. Justice being served, or judgment happening. All right. 27. Also on the CEV translation.
Big
Big all they can look forward to is a terrible judgment and furious fire. That's what they look forward to. A terrible judgment and furious fire. Why? Because God's an all-consuming fire. They have no escape. Isaiah 33 out of the ESV translation. The Lord is our judge. The Lord is our lawgiver. The Lord is our king. He will save us. Find every scripture where God promises He will save you. Read them. Put your face in that. And no matter what comes against you, you will not believe that God's going to fail because He says He'll never fail you. Humans fail us all the time, but God doesn't fail. Let's go to Genesis 18:25. ESV translation. Far be it from you to do such a thing, to put the righteous to death with the wicked, so that the righteous fare as the wicked. Far be it from you, shall not the judge of all the earth. What is just? He is the God and the judge of this entire earth, and He will do what is just. James 4:12 in the NIV translation. I'm going to go back a little bit here. There's a law and judge. One who is able to and destroy. But you, who are you to judge your neighbor? So obviously, we're not supposed to judge, so we're not judged. But remember that God is a lawgiver and the judge. And Him being the judge on the earth, He will have the final say over every single one of these judges who think they can judge according to their opinion or what the deep state is saying. This time of injustice is very short-lived, and it's not going to last much longer, and God is going to make sure of it. And you should not question if this will ever happen. God says it in His Word to answer that question. To be confident, no matter what you're seeing, this is what God is going to do. So I'm not going to walk around with my head down and being afraid, because God, what He says is what He says He's going to do. He's going to do it. He is a faithful God. Look back what His prophetic word, and it says, "For I, the Lord, this day, am telling my children, long awaited rests, long awaited heavens, long awaited is coming." There's so many people that grow in this. They're not patient anymore. Because, and don't be wrong, I'm the type of person, I have to ask God to help me with that. Because when I see this, it's like rise of a man. I told you before, I get righteously angry. Because I know that God is a just God. I read it in His Word all the time, and I know it's true. And I'm like, Lord, you're a righteous judge. They are not supposed to get away with this. And I thank you that they are not, no matter what I'm seeing right now before my face. And I thank you that you are a just God, and justice and righteousness are the foundation of your throne. And I thank you that it will be served. God hates sin. He hates evil. His name's sinner. He hates sin. And He's hearing us crying out to Him. He's hearing us praying and declaring and decreeing. He's hearing it. And we're going there.
Motherfucker tried to go around me after I already turned my signal on to get over. I fucking got over. I started getting over, and then they fucking just burst over. I'm like, nah, fuck that. So I went over about halfway, and they backed off. So I went in the rest of the way. Defensive yet assertive. Like, bitch, you're not fucking punking me. Bitch, you're not fucking punking me on the road. But I am defensive. I'm a defensive driver. Sorry, guys. Oh, did a dove mate with a greckle or whatever? That's so funny. Oh, they're best friends. They stay together. Oh, that gray pigeon has to be with a greckle because his species is getting extinct. His or hers. Son of a bitch, man. The fuck? When can we kill these bastards that are poisoning us? Why can't we kill the Satanists instead of letting all of our animals die? Such a beautiful looking pigeon dove.
There will be shocking arrests coming. That some will say there are murders of that person. Justice is never going to be served. Never going to be arrested. No matter how many health time what they're doing. Just downer and doom and gloomer. It's like they never believe anything is good to come out of anything. God says, the harm is going to turn it into something good.
It's the wind's blowing the wrong way, damn it.
They don't read in His Word and know that He said, I give you hope for your outcome in Jeremiah 29:11. There are many passages out there on a continual basis. Are there bad things that yes, I say it all the time. But truth is the sign of the enemy.
Watch what salt actually does to your gums when you're struggling with dental issues.
The radio clip confirms that gum disease. Our side, there's revival, there's signs and wonders. We're looking forward to God pouring out His glory like never before. That's why with our prayer,
Yep.
pray, declare, and decree more miracles, more signs, more wonders, an increase in that glory. increase in anointing for you. So you see God in a way you before. It's not just an event, it's God we declare it all the time. I have a team declaring that. It's a move of God. It's another event of ministry. You don't have programs. Don't do that right now. You said, Lord, you are a program. You want. Have your way. Same thing I do with Lord. That's why I'm interviewing. And I tell people, I don't have a lot of, I don't. I don't prepare a lot of questions. I let God flow. I might have a couple that maybe, but God, I let God, whatever you want. Set this day, this hour. God says, Jesus rest with him. God's not a liar. So we go through shocking arrests. Joe Biden, Eric Holder, Christopher Wray, Susan Rice, Merrick Garland, Anthony Fauci, Jack Smith, Judge Enron, Alvin Bragg, Judge McCann, Hunter Biden, Eric Swalwell, Bob Myers, Tim Walz. This is the name of a few. Then he goes on to say, many governors, many attorneys, many AGs, many secretaries of states, many in Hollywood, many CEOs and presidents of companies or corporations and banks. This is going to be something where it's going to shock a lot of people because one thing after one person after is going to be arrested. And it will be a domino effect of how fast some of these things are going to happen. Next paragraph, it says many in Wall Street will be arrested. So not only are people in government, now you're talking about the financial system too. You're talking about big banks and people in Wall Street. For what? For fraud, helping trading. Records will be exposed to prove how big the stock market really is. It's all controlled by the elites. It's all a Ponzi scheme, not only on America, but the world. The Wall Street is a Ponzi scheme. It's fake. It's so fraudulent. It's pathetic. Manipulate everything. If we know the manipulate gold and silver, why would they not manipulate everything else in the market? They would. They have.
So
And that's why it has to be, you have to be arrested because if people are arrested for this, then justice isn't fully served for it. They said many former politicians who already been arrested and judged for treason. That list is what realizes, and that list will be revealed. So there are a lot of people who have already been tried for treason and already been judged. And now he's saying some people have been. Joe Biden, Bill Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, and many in the old guard have been found guilty, and many have already received their sentence of death. You say, well, they're very much alive. Well, they have people in places. We know that because we've seen how big the Biden really was. I mean, crying out loud, they're going to turn around and see what they were using something else. Different heights, different ears, different eye color, different voices. It's like, how many people are they using this guy's pregnancy? It was pathetic, and you could see it. They're using AI videos and really bad AI videos. There's so many things that have happened that it doesn't look like they have. Remember, gossip Hollywood is affecting Washington, and we know that because there's actors in people's places. My children have been going under the radar, so civil war would not break out in your land. The schools will no longer be done in secret. So a lot of these things have already been done in secret, but he says it's not soon going to be that way because it is going to be what do you call it? The martial law. We're going to see these things take place. When the 2020 big lie comes down, the majority of this government will be found guilty of treason. That will be in front of the world. So everyone will know justice rests with me and justice will be served. He said, will be taken into custody by the American government, just like the president of Venezuela, for the same reason. Why was the president of Venezuela being taken into custody by the American government? Because it interfered in elections, so has Ukraine. Ukraine has been interfering with the United States government and interfering with elections. They helped to remove a sitting president with January 6th. To help with the 2020 election, then on January 6th, Ukraine has lone wolf and been kept in the United States under the radar, so under the radars that are not seen, to assassinate President Trump. So those people pay a very high price for working with the establishment, working with Obama, and making sure President Trump doesn't finish his second term. That's the goal. That's why.
There's 6 or 7 turtles I just noticed across this water. That's fun.
Midterms right now, and that's why they tried to shoot him twice in the last week and a half. It's so pathetic how many or soldiers have been going after President Trump. Money trails will prove that Zelensky and Obama have been up to, will prove that the American taxpayer funded so much evil and heinous crimes against this nation. Again, our taxpayer money has gone to Ukraine. It's going to places and terrorists and murderers and liberals and all these different people that are stealing our government from us by stealing elections. So the military Ukraine will be went for. It went to steal elections and they killed the sitting president. It's sad. Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars with our enemies to attack our country and attack our president. It was bioweapons that to start another pandemic to lock the United States down again. How many viruses have we got? Another virus right now? Is it kind of a rat virus or something? I can't remember what it was called. There's a lockdown and a cruise ship. I don't know what it was. All I saw was headline. I didn't watch the video or anything. I'm like, how many viruses do these people have up their sleeve? It's so pathetic. All different viruses are happening all because if one isn't on, they're going to try something else. They're going to try to keep fear mongering on a continual basis about fear of these viruses and vaccinations. They want you to get vaccinated as much as possible.
Sure.
With the least of realized yet, the station will be locked in and shut down the establishment entirely. To free it. They want to lock us down. God's been talking to us about a lock-in. God is going to lock a nation in. Why? To protect us from what we're about to do. And he's doing a political reset. So we are protected because they're going to try to start a civil war during his presence. They're going to try everything in their power to stop it. They can't stop it if they won't work for them. The president as the president, he's being forced out, so we're going to see the president removed. He's being forced out. Why? For helping steal American elections for the state. Obama paid Cuba for multiple years, and every time Cuba committed against America will be revealed. And again, by showing your taxes are going into the country. It's all been proven. These previous acts are being stopped on my right hand of judgment and justice. Over the United States, soon every scandal the IRS has been part of will be exposed.
This government growing method is going viral. If you let this sweet mineral melt in your mouth, you can rebuild your gums and teeth while you sleep. You can finally say goodbye to the dentist forever. Thousands of people are fixing their bleeding and gums, decay infections, throbbing pain, all by letting this soft mineral melt on their tongue before going to bed. Click the blue Watch Now button to see how you can try this method for yourself, starting tonight. A highly acclaimed oral surgeon, Dr. Sutton, just discovered a powerful mineral that can regrow your gums and teeth almost overnight. How is this possible? This mineral fills your mouth with pure oxygen and microscopic nutrients that reach deep inside your gum pockets and in between your teeth. Something not.
And dismantle the IRS with deep no longer tax system as a weapon against you. If they did not have our taxes, they could not have big government. They could not have the establishment. They would not have the swamp. They would not have free terrorist groups and these countries under control. They would not be able to steal elections. All our taxes have done all of these things.
We're funding.
Without us knowing.
Funding
That's what he's been saying in multiple different prophecies. How the IRS, why it's called dismantled, annihilate, lost nothing, and that.
Let's hear that again. Funding terrorism, stealing elections. What have our tax dollars been doing?
They could no longer use the tax system as a weapon. If they did not have our taxes, they could not have big government. They could not have the establishment. They could not have the swamp. They could not have all the terrorist groups. And these countries would not be elections. All our taxes and all of these things without us knowing.
Foreign regime change.
And that's why he said in multiple different prophecies how bad the IRS.
Funding terrorist groups. Foreign regime change. Luxury goods for foreigners. Anyway, terrorism, regime change, and election theft. Terrorism, regime change, and election theft.
The tax system is definitely not to make this country better. It's to destroy it. And we've seen it on this day lately, especially. China is going to move against Taiwan to protect what is happening there. They do not want the world to know, but my dictator is about to use many trump cards against China. So China's hiding things in Taiwan, or things are hidden in Taiwan. The establishment does definitely not want anyone to know about. And China is going to move in and try to destroy this evidence, and it's not going to because there's a trump card that's going to be played. So
The election machines were claimed to have been made in Taiwan, but they were Chinese. They have Chinese cell phone chips on it. Always connected to the internet.
China had control.
Or anytime.
Somehow there's a connection between Taiwan and
Not
China
always anytime they want.
and the United States. I don't know what it is exactly. Something to do with Taiwan, what China is doing there, affects the United States of America. And I say every country that took part going after the United States elections and after my dictatorship all collapsed. So every single country that went after elections and a president, they collapsed. God will make sure that those nations be destroyed. Elizabeth Warren will also soon be Senate. Her days of chief are almost over. She's a constant liar. Someone in the Senate is about to be arrested for shocking a sitting senator will be arrested. This is because they're in these political positions that they're safe and they're not. But so arrests are coming. No matter how much your enemies try at it or stop it, nothing they will work because I am the judge that will have the final say. I read you many scriptures that went along exactly what the scriptures say. God is aligning his prophetic word, of course, with scriptures, and God is showing us he will have the final say, will not be our enemy. But the justice system is about to shake violently in this nation. To rid other world that hid themselves behind these benches, thinking because they are judges they will be safe. The scandal and proof after proof come in unprecedented ways to every criminal in this nation's civil or federal. It doesn't matter if they're a civil judge or federal judge. It doesn't matter how long or who they are protected by. Power is nothing compared to mine. So there is a violent shaking with judges in our judicial system, in our civil court, in our.
Yeah, and there's obviously more than federal. There's state, county, and city district judges. So.
Federal courts. It's a Supreme Court judge or justice. Sorry, your enemies will scream up in no time.
want to look at
Somebody
him.
is going to step down. Suddenly,
Is it Amy Coney Barrett? Why did that lady he appointed look at him like that during the inauguration? All hateful. She looked at him hatefully. Make him look like a fish. I might do some fish. Clean up some of the trash.
they're forced to do it because they're in trouble. My children, your enemies are growing weaker by the day. Place a great political and spiritual reset is taking place in the nation. So not just a political reset, a spiritual one he's talking about. That's part of this dedicating this back to God. This part of the shift, this is bringing our country from away from God to going to God. And it's going to be, again, I've seen a lot of people in the body of Christ finally start waking up in this country, start praying about elections, start praying for our political leaders. That's what we need to do. Your enemies will no longer be under our control. Those days are over, says the Lord of hosts. So we are going to see things, and we should be excited because God's doing it. And again, before I pray, go sign up for it. It's free. Be a part of the mighty God. We want you to be there because we want to see what God has in store of God and how the anointing us. I keep describing to you the atmosphere, the power that's in the rooms. It's not me. It's God. It's God is showing himself to so people and it changes our life. Go to our website at jjminternational.org under our events page. Sign up for June 12th and 13th. All right. Every person son of my voice. And no matter, Father God, what their situation is, I thank you that you show them that you are Yahweh, the Faulty. You are the I thank you now. But you promise to save them out of every situation, circumstance, storm, fire, every test, everything that. Thank you, Father God, right now. That you are delivering out of. We praise you and we thank you, Father God. That you are lifting them up and rising them up above any adversity, and that nothing can keep them back and hold them down from your promises. And I thank you that they see through eyes of Christ. They see through victory. They see through the blood sacrifice. They see, Father God, through your covenant that you have with us. You promise that you deliver. You promise to give us victory because you are our victory. And we thank you for it. And every thought, every fear thought, every fear worry, discouragement, helplessness, hopelessness, depression, grief, whatever is trying to keep them back mentally, I bind it, rebuke it, and render helpless against them. Every attack against their body, every poison that's been in their body, every toxin in their body, I thank you, Father God, for supernaturally detoxing each and every one of us. The top of our head, the sole of our feet, that every part of our body fully functions exactly what you designed it. Thank you. By Jesus' stripes, have all been healed. So I proclaim health, healing, soundness, wholeness, breakthroughs in our lives. And I thank you for it. And we thank you, Father God, for protecting our president, always at the right place at the right time. Thank you for protecting the food he drinks, or the food that he eats, what he drinks, I should say, and that he's always at the right place at the right time. So protect him with his guardian angel and the blood of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, that nothing, no plan of the enemy will work against him. Thank you for not only saving him, but giving us an opportunity, Father, and giving us our nation back. We thank you for giving us this opportunity. We thank you for your mercy. In Jesus' name, amen. And Jehovah's encouragement. 807. All the information is in the description box below. If you want any merchandise, go to treesunstrides.com. That's treesunstrides.com. Hopes and encourage you to please and like, subscribe, and use every please share the truth because the truth will set you free. God loves you. I love you. God bless you. And have a wonderful day.
The Secret Service needs to be taken down for purposely standing down so many times. Comment in the chat if you feel me. If you're watching this later, drop a comment.
If you're over 60, governments are excited about the power you have, and that's what it's all about.
Let's see if those unknown Apple sensors can see through 2 layers of aluminum and adhesive. You know, the tape that I put on there. So
Shut us down. That is total. That is unstoppable. When we take action. The coordinates of liberty are AlexJonesLive.com and AlexJonesApp.com. Take action now. Share now and break the back of the globalists. You're unstoppable, Paul Revere. Take action now.
do you think some fingernail polish would be a more permanent, just better solution than tape? Or is metal tape actually a shield? Or does it depend on the type of metal? Somebody let me know.
Top stock figure, trends forecaster, great record. Dowd Edward on X. You got 4 minutes to take from the number to finish your points. What else do you know?
Yeah, so basically, the biggest question I get is, you've been around the stock market. The stock market's good. It's really not up that much from January this year. What's been going on for the AI stocks, the digital prison system is the only thing, especially semiconductors. Well, it's got the stock market will show 50% up and back for 2 years, something like that. Okay, and let's talk about Warren Buffett, like myself, was a little early to this trend because we didn't spend $1.5 trillion, but they did. So they kept the thing going. Warren Buffett said 40% cash. This is his forte for you. He's done this a number of times. And cash is very good. Cash, I think it's trust. Cash gives you an opportunity to buy and portfolio doesn't get started as much. So, and healthy dose of cash in their portfolio. And my clients,
You guys forced it.
Which traditionally signals massive value. Historically, if you buy it, put all your money in stock today, it'll take you return for 10 years.
Buffett just said last week, he said this is not the casino at this point.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what's going on? Let me tell you what professionals are doing. They're throwing their hands up because the market's
I say a lot of big money is getting out, and also a lot of CEOs have been quitting. Just like we saw before the a lot of people basically bank failures, and what else could it be? Credit creation in 24 and 25 was all private credit and private equity. It was banks loaning to what's called depository financial institutions. They weren't loaning to businesses or consumers, they were loaning to these guys. These guys then propped up zombie companies and did, IP deals. Capitalism. Yeah, with the insurance companies, the pension funds, the private high net worth individuals, all these private companies. So it's gonna. I don't think it's going to systemic. Amazing. What a masterclass. I think. Proud politicians from World War III, like Lindsey Graham and let's send them to the front lines. You get this shirt and other incredible designs at thealexjonesstore.com, which also funds the new network, the Alex Jones Network. You'll find the other great shows, investigative reports, and more at the new AlexJonesLive.com. And share that here as well for the modern volunteers. And then, of course, download on Android and Apple the free apps so you can watch the show and more and share it at AlexJonesApp.com. Now, realize the importance of the cycle. AlexJonesLive.com is today. I'm seeing myself. I mean, I've seen more UFOs last month than I saw my whole life. I never saw a UFO. I ever saw was a stealth fighter when I was like 8 years old. And, 15 years later, whatever, they showed the Gulf War, first Gulf War. And it was just same thing and everything. So I've never seen alien spacecraft, folks. But now I'm seeing stuff that is
Made in Taiwan. But they don't want you to know about.
all of a sudden there's orbs. I mean, what is the fire? What the hell's going on? Before you go to the end here, I didn't walk last hour. I was so busy.
It means water and salt.
Incredible products. The Alex Jones Network, but our more hosts, everybody wants to come.
little chlorophyll in your system. It's like metal can a little bit, just a little bit. Let's see. Do one more, see if the second stitch tastes like. Maybe that was just the shavings on the edge.
Wars aren't won without blood, sweat, and tears. And I'm going to go all the way, and I'm very thankful I have support. I'm asking everybody else to on the bench, cover the plate now, and just look at the stakes, look at everything that's all coming true. That's what the bad guys want us off the air so badly. All right. 20 years. I spent go over the incredible developments down the list. And in the limited time we have, about 20 minutes, I'm going to try to shut up. Hopefully getting back on tomorrow.
I know that's gay to have your pants right enough like that. My bad.
I haven't seen this take off. I don't predict this is what happened. What just happened and why did they do it? And what does he think? So again,
Poured in the dog water. Don't want to waste it. It's clean water.
Shut it down. It comes back even bigger. But with this release, this is huge on a number of levels. One, Trump's attempt to put the profile back under executive control.
I don't have to eat green beans right now.
It's getting rolled into this whole Department of War thing. Now, what is this about the Department of War?
I'm gonna put some beef oil in it.
The Department of War. It's the Department of Defense. They've done a functionary change, but they would have to go through a legislative process. So Department of War, and they put out Department of War /UFO. Now they have UFO rolling there together, so they can actually do a lot of things with the Department of War, and it's not legitimate at all. It is very astute, just like they say in 4 years. It's called chemtrail. It's called GOE. It's called violence to bear. It's called spraying. Exactly. That's what I've been told by insiders. The Department of War resents this infection, so now they can hide everything behind that. Because people are doing 4 years under the ignorant name.
It's not quite there. You're at about a quarter second, maybe a half second. You go. Do a whole second. It's not ready. 1, 2, 3. It's not ready.
Situation, and this is the warm-up for. In fact, the things that they gave us are very because a lot of what came out today relates directly back to back the Apollo 17. That's going to be a lot of what this whole new aspect because we set up there and they have power centers up there.
Woke up like this. Shaved him a little bit. Slept on him. Ah. Oh. Woo. Yeah. Wow.
Santa Claus at 3 o'clock.
Santa Claus at 3 o'clock. Just out of nowhere, people like, what? Oh. Okay. Plus, you can hear it boiling when it's done. Applied Spirit. They just laid off 20,000, but they're still hiring for some positions. I applied for a driver. 32. I put 32 an hour. The range was 23 to 37. Okay. I put 32. right in upper middle. See if I get it. Maybe I at least get 30. I don't get tired. Struggles of a black man. Boiling. Oh, did I scare you? Water's boiling. She jumps. Nice and even now. Let it cool just a hair. At least so I can touch that handle and fit beard. Right-handed stuff. Just a little faster, maybe. See? Right-handed. That part. Fully controlled professional athlete. Just a little. I don't know if I finished it or not. Maybe it's not going faster. Definitely not. Never be possible without water. I mean, I can sit there for a while. I can sit there for a long time and get dry. But I'd be pulling out a lot more hair. There's only one blonde one. A little bit of gray or a blonde. Blonde. Still blow. was the 8th. No. What's happening now? About 35 powerful. Whoever did it. And we also post that on actually on Rumble channel. Several and follow us. Other Alex outcome and improve. Ever advise you to dog hunts. All bookmark with everybody. That's all the articles, all the videos, all the special reports, the live feeds, all there. Alex Jones. So much. Okay. But I told the station Saturday program to be at times. I like using my phone in a row on early in the morning. But I 31 because I sent them so after all finished up. I was powerful and covered ancient civilizations, suppressed it, but that's definitely that is out there preparing counter racism now from all the archaeological versus and it they're getting their information from conventional technology that is said as well up today. But regardless, it all of years. It actually penetrated my skin. I had to jump. It actually penetrated my fucking skin. Woo! Like that was that was that was a nervous pause. Gonna bleed? No, I don't know if it's gonna bleed or not. Maybe not. What the? Okay, let me just. Oh,
Efforts against Texas. Experts
might fuck around. Fucking around and keep.
from Iran. Trump threatened Iran for a second time. I'm very
Routes we got.
behind that. Of the
Going to be a laser.
part of it.
A lens from the sun. A lens from the sun.
10.
That's what it is. You just magnify. Go toward it.
Told you so. Now, 2 minutes later, see, I told you so.
Placed you now. You can retape it every day.
He said, no. So that's good on Trump. I just shows lined up and there's always been attacking him on issues. Go to the grocery store, buy it, not right. Like, right. Oh, done. Where I hate someone, love them, and say, no, go right now. Trump just I know most of us understand that. Don't the logic of this. So we got
Thing falls over,
so
but it's still holding it.
I was going to this.
Oh, he's in Connecticut.
And notice the part of this. You have Trump coming out a whole bunch of times now.
Come on, it's
Gigantic audience. Why are you seeks to cause us?
big big iron.
Good policy.
This is really cool. He's a dino. Democrat in name only. It's actually a neocon. It's really neocon. That's what it is. In other words, those are three people, the deep state enslavers of us. Fear. That's how great Johnny Carson was. If you haven't seen any Johnny Carson, I recommend at least looking up some clips. Look at when Rodney Dangerfield was on there, when Robin Williams was on there, when many people were on there, and just monologues from Carson himself. And the way he's able to interact with a guest, and the real man that he is. compared to a lot of what we see. And when I mean real, I mean animated with character. Like, where's the stuff you actually should care about, and whatnot. So, and yeah, he smoked at his desk on stage. We all did back then. That was a little before my time. I mean, I was probably born while he was maybe still in the air back in '88. I'm not sure if he was still on in '88 or not, but it's just the amount of talent, uh, the amount of development we were able to achieve back then before we started getting hit with the cocktail admitted to in the Epstein files. The development stunting cocktail. See, we were actually more developed back then. Nobody's nearly as developed as our grandparents, as our parents, grandparents, and great grandparents were. We've been hit with, again, we've been hit with a development stunting cocktail admitted to in the Epstein files, in the emails, with the Princess of Norway and DARPA. Ah, I can't. I can't let you go free for poisoning me, for stunting my development. I can't let you get away with it. Ah,
Not 15 minutes. Despite this place, those first Marine Army, the old glowing crater. That's horrible, bad, worse. That happened. Like coming up.
gone away. This fly.
Like that. Because for the reason that God is one of the lesson.
That bubble's gotten smaller. Drinking that bubble that he's holding.
Something so psychotic, and just quietly about it. Options. Texas is not 5. So, months ago, the Democrats, there isn't. So, Republicans are gerrymander war. We talked about change since then. So Texas, first day, Trump said gerrymander. Okay, so they got like 4 or 5 seats in Texas. Got the Voting Rights Act. Different states have districts. Yeah.
Yeah, he just kills Master Windu in the process, unfortunately. Oh, and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Right? And who kills Obi-Wan? Darth. Yeah, Darth. Darth. Anakin does, but Darth does. Anakin, Darth. Darth Anakin. Authentic Invader.
And it's marketing. If I want to show time, our show. The best. Better than I do.
Turtles.
Go.
I believe I can tell there are different species of turtles over there. The box turtles go down to the water for a drink. The water turtles come up out of the water for the sun. But they all sunbathe right there in the same area, it looks like. Because that one, I see a couple of shells that are too tall to be leatherbacks or red ears. Box turtle's taller. And the eastern's even taller than the ornate. I guess ornate's my favorite, but I don't really have a favorite. The eastern one's cool too, really tall, more like an actual ball shape. Um, I found both of them last year when we were hanging out at the lake a lot. That was so fun. I released them both in the same area and never saw them again. Released a couple other red-eared sliders.
So buy one dozen liquid, get one the same size as like 30 grams of other trace elements, minerals, super sorry. And then a bunch of cells. And the men drive.
Super Hornet. Both ships were seen before they could. Today, has stopped vessels from entering disabled ships on Thursday through non-stop Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. Truxton, Rafael Peralta, and USS Mason were transiting south into the Gulf of Mexico. In response, the U.S. military struck a port on Iran's Qasem Island and military targets in Bandar Abbas, crucial to Iran's export economy. And earlier this week, President Trump abruptly reversed course and suspended Project Freedom, the U.S. military effort to open the Strait of Hormuz after Gulf were angry that the Pentagon downplayed the strikes on East Fujita port.
They trifle. They call that a trifle. I'll let you know when this does. You don't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You have to look at one big coming out of Iran. And they've been trying to fast. No, it's going to talk very well, but they have to understand if it doesn't get something, they're going to have a lot of pain. They're going to have a lot of pain. They want to sign it. I will tell you. They want to sign it a lot more than I do. All of us talk.
They laugh.
Here's Marco Rubio. He's done this repeatedly.
The political people.
Secretary of State saying, well, yeah, the ceasefire's still on, but we're shooting back and forth with the Iranian ships because they're shooting at us, acting like they shot first. Israel started this, drug us in 70 days into war. And I'm not saying the Iranians. I said 7 days ago, I hope they fall. I hope this works. It's not going to. Hoping they fall, hoping they fall, hoping they fall. Now 70 days, 12 hours into this. So here's Marco Rubio, and then Mark Levin, who Trump says is his brain, and never Trumper. President Trump puts your pedal to the metal. Full war. Let's go. Here it is.
The point is, if there's not much seething in the firing, but that's not the Iranians. Don't ask me. We didn't fire on us. My point is, if you fire on it, what are we supposed to do? No, it's a ceasefire. We're not going to shoot down your drone. That's a stupid question. That's a stupid position to take. Of course, we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect to do. Only stupid countries don't do that when you're shot at, and we're not a stupid country. That or have you conveyed red lines to Iran where the ceasefire or whatever you call it, if they cross the red line is clear, they threaten Americans, they're going to get blown up. That's the if you are a missile launching guy, whatever they call that job, and you fire at the United States and we saw you fire it, of course we are. Who doesn't do that? Unless you want to get your ship sunk. We're not going to let our ships get sunk by the with the drones that they're firing. It's not even an alien, but they bring out these little Boston Whaler fishing boats and try to swarm you. We're going to blow up that they're coming towards us. I don't know if that's a red line, but I hope they know it is by now. So if I were one of these Iranians on a fast boat and they tell you, hey, you're not it was. It's 12 miles straight or like miles to the airport. The artillery missiles, everything. They've shot missiles at the ships starting to.
Marco Rubio looks like he still sucks on a pacifier.
So, if it's so little, why won't the Navy get with 200 miles? So little, why won't the Iranians have successfully shut it down? Let's not lie about that, okay? Let's not play games, all right? That's what Trump is learning here as the Pentagon told him to do it and predict it to happen. Easy to predict, never made 7 days ago. It happened like that. Our prediction, a lot of fun, okay? That's what pisses me off. back a little bit, back to the start. The reason the Iranians have speedboats out there is back to, they have speedboats out there because they're going and grabbing any oil tanker authorized it for Chinese. Oil tankers today. They don't stop it. So here's the Iranians taking over huge oil tankers, $500 million this month. Okay?
No fish.
So they're collecting tolls. They're doing. They don't need to send those ships out, those boats to grab that. If they want, they could just sink in ships coming. But they're letting their stuff get through, not our stuff. Okay? So again, all, all they got collectively going out.
That's crazy when you first learn that an octopus can crawl out of its tank, enter another tank, snatch a fish, and then go back to its tank.
Back in the last year, Mark roach like a and bigger. Talking about I was so as obvious foreign agent, should I expect people to hide behind a giant
It's
so
bigger and bigger. In between, he'll have a foot-sized chest pendant on.
oh, lost 50 citizens. I speak to them, they're being hanged. What these people have to show? I don't think so. When we are the Afghan people, when we have enrolled people, we find all kinds of freedom fighters in South America. Fight, but they can't fight with their facing weapons and tanks and so forth and so on. We all there are other people who rise up. There are other arms. It's not we should be working on the all I know is that was up to the task of doing it. And we did arm pressure. Lebanon, so Erdogan overall, West and Israel, Assad, Al Qaeda in charge. Europe, Europe, on Russia. And that's wars. So, oh, Erdogan doesn't want to arm the Kurds. Trump already Kurds. 79 and Iranians have all the trouble, so it doesn't work. So that didn't work, and they are you're acting well known that the U.S. sent into the country, and it got the Iranian. out forever.
So they didn't kill 50,000 people. They never even got their guns.
So let's arm them. It worked. Pentagon do it. So the 80s, the CIA said they could do it. That's the 80s. Iran. They got strong. We got 7,000. So we dropped 20,000. It's studying. I love you. I don't know why. I could be about it. Do you know the IDF came out last month and released the documents? They took the head of the IDF. Don't listen to like the Pentagon. Look it up. What do they want to driver's seat? That's what's going to happen. And now we're the bad guys because of Mark and these. All right. Their power report. Almost 20 years ago. When I'm covering clergy response team, training for law. On the Islamic police gave us the document, gave us the broken over and over. The MIAC report, all of it. Training, not confiscation. They tried it back in the 90s. Waco tried to kick that off. They tried it at Ruby Ridge. Oklahoma City was all about getting the government ready to attack the American people. Didn't work. Trump gets in, outwardly focused. I say that's not a problem right now. People go, oh, you love now. I always did. I didn't care for told me about it. Army intelligence, state police, FBI agencies. Good. But in that, alien invasion, martial law. So I came out yesterday with viral everywhere, pointing out that we always heard from insiders and saw some documents decades ago, Secret and others, that they were trying to fake it locally. Now, classified all. So, moreover, about to come out. Why was just saying that? Well, and I believe that because it's come out. Other subjects. But know this going real and shake your face. God says, no, they've already proven evolution. But they're telling you this will hurt your face. We're here to help you in the pain of this. That was all project plans was religion and credit Christianity. So I broke that down and the crew found clips that we exposed a long time ago. But here these figures all part of intelligence now. I'm how worried they are. The message is straight in your face. Oh, it's going to be shaken. It's the opposite. And they're telling you right there what they're doing. Here's a pastor that to hear some government and others share certain that they would be and unidentified flying spacecraft that some of the as pastors prepare people and ready to answer them for what about to hear. Preachers are there by the government. Faith-based initiative now continuing under Obama to tell their flocks to do what they're told by the authorities, and the government's biggest threat is the American people.
for a hell of a lot more than that. This fucking government's lucky to still exist. All these fucking slime rats that are in it. There must be just enough good people to keep it going.
Let's go ahead and play the clergy response team clip. Now, remember, this became national news. We got the secret documents from the pastors who've been recruited by FEMA. We posted the secret documents with FEMA phone numbers. Train your flocks to turn their guns in. Train your flocks to go to FEMA camps. Train your flocks to take.
Phone died. I'm glad Alex is alive.
Did you know that when we read Jacob I love, but Esau I hated, we're missing something very important?
Warning about for 30 years as well. I want to thank the listeners for keeping us on air the last 32 years. Working out the prayer of the Now, InfoWars has been shut down, but we're now at the Alex Jones. But the Onion, financed by Democrats, is all over the news saying we're shut down, we're off the air. That's not true. We're still fighting in court. The Alex Jones Network that I don't own, that they can't shut down, that's owned by Bigley, and our sponsor, the AlexJonesReport.com, is financing the expansion, not just the current shows, but bringing more shows on, more reporters, and levels, and finishing up the next studios that are even better than so I want to thank you all for your time to support the AlexJonesReport.com. But most importantly, let your whole email list, your text message list, everybody know. Post on X, post on Rumble, post on Instagram, everywhere. Hey, they say Alex Jones is off the air. All these headlines, finally he's off the air. People are believing that, not even going out and looking where they can find us at Rumble, the Alex Jones Show, on X, and live, all on shows, on the same radio stations, the same satellites. I know you, as hardcore listeners, know this, but so many other people don't. The bad guys run these shows just to confuse people. A year and a half ago, when the NFL in federal court, lying and said they owned us, they did a fake auction. The federal judge shut it down. That really hurt InfoWars. It really hurt the Alex Jones store because people thought they owned it. 75% loss in sales. Thank God we had a sponsor that came in and saved us, or that wouldn't have survived. We're still on the air. The Onion doesn't own InfoWars. That's in limbo. But the new operation is AlexJonesLive.com. Share that URL. You find the articles, the videos, the reports, the special reports, the live feed from my show and other shows at AlexJonesLive.com. And when you're on AlexJonesLive.com, you can click through the shopping cart at AlexJonesStore.com. If you really want to support, there is a contribute link. Contribute operation, and you'll see more reporters, more hosts, more action, more human trafficking exposed. They're trying to roll the Hunter virus and COVID 2.0. We're fighting that. So you're standing up for your rights, your and all of our collective rights. So here's the actions. Share AlexJonesLive.com. Let everybody know in your email, your text message, hey, this is the Forbidden Show. show. The bad guys want to shut down. They put out hopes that Alex is off the air. On air. Here's the new coordinate. AlexShowsLive.com. The audio. It's all free. And then go on all the other sites, all the media, and let people know you're the Paul Revere. Paul Revere raised the honor first. He was more important than George Washington. You're not part of the. You're at the heart of the. You're the eyes, the ears, the soul of this. You're the boots on the ground. And you are the voice to carry the truth to the people. You're the emissaries of the truth. So, from the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones. We are Team Humanity with only three words: expression, love of family, God. We are here. We want a pro-human future. All right, our journalist joins us. The Wall Street Journal, you name it, author, top filmmaker, award-winning our journalist, our journalist on that. I wanted to get him on. He popped up on my chest today, but he has more time to absorb this data dump. Kaku and others are on Fox saying the biggest thing ever. Full disclosure is coming. Nothing murder, old videos, tags, some documents that were interesting. A shot of a stretcher with a body bag on it. Is there an alien? The bigger issue is why are they doing this now? And just as decades, they're creating fear that the alien attacked. And there's this big fight over disclosure. Now what? Statistic came out last night that Trump wants more release. CIA is not. They said bring out some stuff that they gave all information. To decipher this and break all this down is Daniel. But to me, the important thing is I can and what the astronauts said and all the ancient texts, whether it's the Mayans, the Aztecs, or the 5,000 years ago, Egyptians, or all the other cultures in the Middle East, and the Dogon tribe have to say it's all the same story over again. It's all not just the Bible and how it's real, but in it's everywhere and cut and dry. But the Christian pastor is like, oh, the Bible literal until it's giant flying saucers floating platforms. And telling them about all this. And God said bad things here, you gotta watch out for them. And Anunnaki, the other ancient story. So to me, that's what's so Daniel lives a lot back here. 24 hours ago. What do we know now? Right on the money, because what's going on is they released stuff that basically about it, and the people about it thought it was released, but in fact, it's dominated by stuff that's already been in the domain. They some of them false, and they did that on purpose. They're leaving this, but they were able to read the buzz while not actually giving anything discernible in the link back to the past. What I noticed was a big emphasis in there was this Apollo 17, the sightings that they had in Apollo 17. Put up some posts that we'll look at later. But the deal is this: immediately after that, Jared Isaacman came out and started talking about how the last time Apollo 17. So the coordinating here with NASA, and NASA, of course, holds the largest bag, the entire tranche of the UFO file images from the satellites and all the rest of it, along with the National Reconnaissance Office. That's UFO disclosure release day. But certainly that's, again, attaching the aspect to the aspect is not good. What they did, the Department of War, and they said war.gov/documents. All right, please. So,
Yeah. We gotta come on, please. Baby dog. Baby dog. You don't think we should go anywhere? Good move. We need to turn this application in, this job application, and find a lawn. Okay. Oh, what was going on with this? I'm turning in a job.
Back under executive control. In the case of the UFO file, you have working between aerospace defense contractors and the Central Intelligence Agency. And we have to remember certain things, that there may be agencies that have been created out of the black budget that we, the public, don't know anything about. This is the core aspect, really, because we had the National Reconnaissance Office created in 1963, actually under the JFK administration. We didn't find out about it until 3 decades later. So the question is, what is the agency that's operating now that is
Interesting. We didn't even know about some of our great heroes' work, man.
for the UFO threat? And what we get to who that agency is, and the way I've identified it is through the X-Protect group, people, sources in the background. The thing with X-Protect is you never get to see the members up front. You're not going to see them in front of a microphone, but you can see the people that they push up to the microphones, and most often those people are counterintelligence people promoting a UFO threat that we need to fight back against. Trump was very honest. One of the things when he was talking about the Golden Dome and saying, well, this is Star Wars 2. In fact, this is SDI that Reagan wanted to do, which was a gigantic defense system in the 1980s. And then supposedly when the Cold War happened, that all went away. Well, no, it went underground, and this is what took place. The SDI program continued on, and now Trump is saying we have the technology because we invested in it in the public after all for the past 4 decades, and we can fight off the incoming invasion with the $300 billion bill of the Golden Dome. And you can say there might even be an argument for the Golden Dome. I'm not saying it's even a project that shouldn't happen, but it should be very clear that the UFO defense grid, no question about it. And Trump, as I said, has put this across. Now, Reagan, when he was SDI in the first place, he was actually thinking we're under an alien invasion, we're under UFO attack, because he's shown pictures of craft that were refueling in the ring of Saturn. Yeah, it's on the record. The scientists are talking about shown those videos. Scientists, Norm Berger and others like that. So they did this to Reagan, and they said, oh, these. And Mikhail Gorbachev, of course, famously with Reagan, had that conversation and revealed it many years later and said, yeah, he came to me and said, there's an alien invasion, you're going to help us fight against the UFOs when they attack. And Gorbachev in Reykjavik, Iceland, agreed to actually do that. So this is the type of conversation that goes on in the background. Problem is, in terms of the UFO threat aspect, that is completely created by these groups. And the scientific aspect of the UFO file is the most intriguing aspect, because it looks like what we have with the UFO file are groups that are coming in and looking at things and scientifically evaluating us. Are those groups that are just slightly ahead of us in terms of the technology? That could very well be aware of this possibility that it's not all extraterrestrial to think about it that way. However, there obviously is something related to, for example, our excursion in space that has to be kept secret. Part of that may be ruins on the moon, or it may be the fact that in 1972, one of the rumored aspects is that we were building up, but we were actually warned off the moon by a third entity. It wasn't the Russians, it wasn't the Americans, it was something else. So we need to keep this in mind. Look at this, the types of things that deep state is
Nazis, reptiles, or a partnership of the two?
on their own. If we see through them to the things that they're afraid of, we start to get a real handle on what's happening in terms of the releases. This is like a G-rated fluff release that came
Or is Israel up there? I know it's not Guatemala.
out yesterday, and some people would say it's better than nothing, and I can accept that. What I don't like is that it saw this whole idea.
Well, look at that footage right there. That looks completely fake.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lot of fluff that's been in there, and what's fascinating is there are fantastic, and I mean fantastic video that's available for them to release. We've seen it come out in various places, etc. They let out, like I said, basically the Walt Disney G-rated version of things yesterday, and there are a few things that are intriguing, especially the aspect, like I mentioned, around what they were showing in relation to the aspect.
Let's get to that in a moment. Let's go back to this. Some people are saying, well, at least they're admitting it's real now after the denial. So that's the big move. And this was just announcing, okay, it's real. Now we're going to start telling you. Well, why did you give us something real up front? But separately, the stuff we said yesterday went viral. What I said about this clearly trying to create an alien threat. People said, oh, where do you get this? But they didn't watch the full show. We described how this is well known. Ron told his assistant, wrote books about it. They have this program. I mean, it goes back to
Oh, there's no question about it. The Central Intelligence Agency was created right after the Roswell incident. That should link those two together forever. And the thing is, the development over Roswell, there were crashes that had happened earlier. In fact, Cape Girardeau had happened earlier. That was in 1941. Same circumstances. A craft goes down, small bodies, it's all covered up, and the senator that's involved becomes the president. That's Harry Truman. So, you have to understand that the UFO file is a very big, it's a lot of clout if you have anything to do with it. That's why I thought when Trump was first off, when he was coming in 2016, all this UFO UAP stuff was coming up from the Hillary campaign. And it was very interesting because often Trump would go on the stump there during the campaign and say, oh, Uncle John Trump, and we know very well that Uncle John Trump was.
My government owes me UFO craft. My government owes me flying saucers.
Programs. So, I'm not saying that Trump is some Time Lord wizard who knows all about the UFO file, but he might have enough information. Oh, there's a whole second system of technology and finance. That's a secret system of finance, a secret system of technology. But the way that they do it, money goes out to that, the public these gigantic deficits. When on earth publish a debt? It doesn't make sense unless there's a secret space program that's.
Stop that. Excuse me, are you single? Okay, I just had to ask. Thank you. Can I add you on TikTok or anything? Can I add you on TikTok or anything? Snapchat or?
No, it's okay.
Okay, you're getting married too. Okay, thank you. You too. I gotta get her to stop. Stop that now. No.
Go ahead.
Okay.
You said a bag of ice?
Yes.
Ice, bag of ice. Oh, they're over here. Never mind.
I hope I have enough anyway.
Oh, Lord Jesus. I mean, Jesus, today, honey. And this is water yours?
Yes. Just the water.
And the bag of ice? You want water on the side?
Oh.
328.
Okay, I'll tap it.
What line do I get in? Return or exchange? Okay, thank you.
Hold on. Get it. I'll give you a second. Get it. Yeah, it's staying. I guess that's good. Hold on. Here, we gotta change up the water. Drinking that, Bella. Is that viable? Here, let me give you some cold water. Yeah, there's some green bean water in there. Oh, can't rely on that. You know that. Yeah. Very nice. No. You eat out of this one. Here, eat out of this one. Yeah. Yeah, that mixed black chick I saw when I first got out. Wow. She's white and black. I mean, come on. If you know damn well somebody's white and black, I guess that's what you got to call it. Or you just say chick. You just say woman. I saw a beautiful woman. I mean, what it took to come up with that. I'm like, whoa. And so I asked her if she was single. She said no. I asked her if I got her on TikTok. She said no. And then Snapchat, she said no, I'm good. And then, so I don't know. Maybe we're getting too much sunlight. Got a spray here. No, get some ice water. We'll put that back there. Whew. What's that? You know, try that. Try lateral commission. No, try that. Hey, try lateral commission. Try that. Oh. We pick, huh? Try what? We pick. Trident. How did I get reeled in more? Did somebody come in and reel this in more? What the fuck? That's funny. Okay, let's go turn in this application. Air conditioning. Swamp cooling. Swamp cooling. Find Miss spray bottle. Yeah. I got a cold water and a bag of ice. A gallon and a half of ambient temperature water and then a small cold water. Mm. 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 There goes that cap. I'm not putting that back on the bottle. It's a beautiful morning. Da, da, da. I think I'll go outside for a while with a smile. Just feeling the clean, fresh air now. Just feeling the fresh sprayed air now. What do they spray it with? Shit, I don't know, but we're all getting sterilized and dying, though. We life forms here on Earth. We're all getting mutated, sterilized, and killed. Well, here, buddy. You want to get on top of the car? Oh, there you go. Oh, I got to cover ground. You couldn't keep me down. Okay, engine temperature. Okay, engine temp's under half. We're getting our beef hot dogs and milk ice cold. We have some Aldi's Golden Grams. Okay, Mama Dog, scoot over. Let me in. I'm in. Let's go turn this application, okay? I want to get a job. We got to have something. We got to get out of this car somehow. Or, yeah, we got to get out of this car. I'm being targeted by repo men and sheriff's deputies and police officers. And probably state troopers. Hey, come on. Because of the illegally issued warrant from Butler County, they successfully verbally served me my court date and time, and I showed up like I was supposed to. For them to tell me that I couldn't see the judge because there's a warrant and I have to go to jail. I said, what? Right there, that violates my First, Fifth, and Eighth Amendments. They took away my right to speech in front of a judge. They took away my right to due process in a courtroom for any kind of accusation, for any crime. Took away my due process. And now they're only offering cruel and unusual punishment. It's all because I didn't have car insurance when I got pulled over one time last year. Scoot over. So I actually showed up to court on time like I was supposed to. And they said, well, since we didn't deliver you the papers, now you have to go to jail. So since they did their job wrong, since they verbally served me, so get this. They're even admitting, since they verbally served me instead of paper serving me, I have to go to jail. What the fuck? You did the process incorrectly, and now I'm the criminal. No, that doesn't make any sense. You're full of shit. Not only does this warrant need to be lifted, the fucking ticket needs to be waived, and I'm coming to sue your fucking ass, bitch. I'm coming to sue your fucking ass for violating my constitutional rights. How about that's what the fuck we're doing today and tomorrow and the next fucking day? I'm calling the Kansas State Board Association on Monday. I can't fucking wait. Kansas Bar Association around here. Did I say board?
Did you know that when we read
Calling that
Jacob
Bar
Marley,
Association
but
Monday,
Esau
baby.
hated,
Woo!
we're missing
Calling
something
about that
very
district
important
attorney that's crooked.
in biblical system.
So,
You can see when things have a background.
Somebody in that county attorney's office successfully verbally served me, and now they're calling me a criminal. Excuse the fuck out of me. I showed up to court on time, and you refused all of my fucking rights. I'm gonna bust the criminals in this scenario.
Start up. Think about your beginning operation, whole worldwide people, and then you see these things pop in out of nowhere. They have Sam Altman behind them, and they have tremendous technical abilities and all this stuff going on. 14 producers telling the people what to say. It's very interesting when I said doing this report. The side of this is it's very funny because when I look at her research, she gets so many details wrong, but they don't care as long as they have this counter line going on. Recently Atlantic Magazine came out and said, "Oh, this missing scientist thing. It's ridiculous to even think about it. And for the sake of the family, don't even look into it because you're upset."
So it's for the families.
Silly.
We're not supposed to question anything, or next we're pissing on their graves, and they just make it up. Now, looking at these videos they released yesterday and the photos and some old reports, overall, what's the structure with the body bag on it? But I'm not an expert like you, but when we see this Tic Tac flying with something hanging off of it, from my own research, that's probably a human craft or one of these rebuilds. Did you see anything that looks like alien, or is it all just rehashed human technology or copies?
I think there's very how the UFOs go. There is tremendous. I can point you to a 1977 video that blows everything away in terms of what they released yesterday. But I would say that nonetheless, for an average person, it's interesting to look at these things that unfamiliar ways, but literally have none of the, they don't respond or correspond to anything having to do with the laws of aerodynamics. That's a fact. I think a lot of this has been developed, and I believe they've the safe stuff. In terms of what they have, what they're able to show is absolutely incredible. They have footage of actual motherships. They have footage of craft going up to the motherships after taking vegetable samples and plant samples and all this other stuff, and then they have video of going over to the vegetable and plant samples and seeing the whole area.
That is some of the documents that are released I saw. A whole bunch of they're talking about going back to even Eisenhower stuff, some things landing, little men getting off, ships going to bigger ships. Even when I was out of Big Bend last year, it was clear sky, and again, I'm out there with binoculars and stuff. The iPhone, you see the satellites come across. Everybody knows what that is. Straight line. But I mean, I would see like little red lights, and they would run around and chase each other and zip off, little white ones. And again, it's the orbs, the orbs, the orbs. Like you said, there's film footage of the 60s, 70s, 80s. People on the ships, here come the orbs. So I mean, we know this is here, and we know it's in all the ancient texts. So regardless, there's definitely something here.
Well, there's a very famous case, actually, from a Japanese pilot who was flying Alaska Airlines, flying from Alaska to Japan, and looking and said, "There's a craft that's bigger than 2 football fields." And all of his audio is available. It's still one of these classic cases unexplained. But if you look really deep into that case, what you're going to see is he's looking down and he says at a certain point, "Oh, I can see through it." So what does that mean? It means the thing that he's looking at is not completely clear necessarily. So it's popped in with the technology from somewhere else, but it's not outside, he can see the sky below it.
And by the way, I'm interrupting you only because I haven't seen this footage. I guess I haven't watched it, although they're telling me this is from data release yesterday. It was literally hazy a week and a half ago, 4:30 a.m. Get a cup of coffee, can't sleep, go out, had a half-smoked cigar, fire it up, and I'm just laughing. I'm peeing on a tree in the backyard, and I see this big stony mirror. I go, the biggest I ever seen. Like, it was like a collar bloom. And I went, oh, there'll be more. And it started, oh, it came, and all of a sudden I saw exactly the hazy sky with just, but that's what came out. Was like 10 or 15 of them. They went around little circles like they were acclimating, and then they all just dipped off. It was like 20 seconds. So what was it? I literally saw that thing an hour ago. Remember I described that to you last week when this came out. That's what I saw. What is that?
Incredible. I will tell you this type of thing that people are seeing, and also the fact that it seems to have a swarm around a particular area. I know that when you were telling me about Austin, I was getting all these emails from people right in that area saying this is what we're seeing. So it's remarkable. I put up an exhibit there about Jeff Bezos and Neo Hunter. And Neo Hunter is all about hunting down asteroids, and suddenly we had this whole flood of these fireballs. Now they know the fireball activity is increasing something, and I believe it could be a planetary object that's dragging itself into the system and it has all this junk, and they are aware of this and way on top of it. So they're looking at all these fireballs and saying, what's that?
And that could have, I'm purely speculating here, but I swear on my soul, this is absolutely true. Like I told you, like a month ago, I'm out there early, 9 red lights, clearly it looks like standard drones, but I can't make it out with their low. They go out like a mile or so and then merge into a white light and then disappear. And then I was in Mexico before and saw something similar, like a display at a hotel. So that was a human standard commercial drone. Why is it flying around at 5 a.m. Over West Austin? So I knew what that was. Then again, like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, I'm out there and I was describing how it could have been near a spaceship. Maybe it was in a dimensional left field. Big blue-gray thing was it's kind of like a dud, like a white flash. I was never that's all. But it just kind of moved around out of where the explosion happened. And so that's why it was so eerie because I was watching this Fox News like I said, that's what people say. Explosions happen. When these fireballs come in. I don't take things come out of the leaves. So is it interdimensional delivery coming in? Our dimension is it a mothership? What is it?
One of the things, what's interesting, kind of talking about is something that's been tracked before when 3 or 4 of them show up and take off. I find that's a fascinating case called the Allagash case, where this and I talked to one of the guys, Charlie Fultz, and he said, well, the first thing they saw were these objects, and all one big object. 6 hours, they had a bonfire that was going. The bonfire went out and didn't for years, but when it happened to them, later they figured out they had been abducted, and the way that they described the beings that had abducted them, they literally said to me, oh, this thing looks like a bug, but it like spans. And it's very interesting because if you look into history, study on this, physicist Ron Sarbarker, right up there with Oppenheimer before they wrote a book for talking about these things, he said, oh, we had studied the craft and seen with as far beyond the chemical capabilities that we had. But the side we studied, figured out somebody had instructed them, and they instructed them like to deal with all the incredible G-force and all the other things that we solid wipe out.
So they're biomechanical android. Biomechanical android.
Yes. No question about it. And one of the things I would say, though, it's interesting with how you're looking at anything, craft and stuff like that. It's very interesting to talk about how you feel. That's how you generally can decide what a genuine UFO encounter is versus a drone around. The feeling is different. And I'll tell you, of all people, the celebrity Dan Aykroyd talks about this because he, saw this incredible wave where he was living in upstate New York. And out at a certain point, was looking outside of his house, and he saw this incredible craft that was going by. And so it's very interesting to see a lot of the celebrities coming out and talking, feeling like they can talk about these experiences. One of them, which I think would be very interesting, and I think he can come on and talk to you about it, is Kurt Russell. Because Kurt Russell, as we know, is a pilot as well as an actor.
I love Kurt Russell. I'd love to get Kurt Russell on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he was a pilot, and he saw the Phoenix Lights. He witnessed the entire craft, and he said, "Well, I haven't ever talked about this really, but because I saw this gigantic craft hovering over Phoenix when I was a pilot, I know the story's real." Well, that's pretty remarkable testimony, and it's very interesting to note. Goldie Hawn, his longtime girlfriend, she just recounted an entire experience that she had where she had been abducted in the 1960s. And it's very strange because very often you will find people who have UFO encounters, they will end up, either being related or they'll end up in marriages or whatever it is. And they both have a history of this type of activity. And here we are with these celebrities doing it. So I think
one more question on that. I'm purely speculating. I know I saw a giant, what looked like stone meteorite. But I mean, normally you see the big ones flick and the stony stuff.
I've been in love with Goldie Hawn my entire life, and the blonde chick that was in Splash, and the chick that played I Dream of Jeannie, and the one that played Bewitched. And Winnie from the Wonder Years. Just like the dude. Impractical Jokers, where he was hella embarrassed in front of Winnie, his lifelong crush. Don't do it. Don't do that. Don't do that. Whoa, hey, whoa, what are you doing? No, I didn't tell you to get out. Get your ass in here. Come on, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Messed up our stuff a little bit here. That's why we parked. That's why we parked. I'll fix that when I'm in there. Fuck it. Like some sort of application. Yeah.
So hiring manager comes in like once a week, and everybody comes in, he looks at these, stuff, so. Yeah, I'll put the dog off for you.
I put the start date on like a week out. 10 days out. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too, brother. There's some trash on it. Throw it out. Throw it out.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's the nature of the problem. You can see when they do the drone swarm, etc. Those are exercises, and those types of things happen. They're related to NORAD, they're related to the continuity of government program. The risk is if they think that they can get away to a gullible public of pulling threat, they're in a tremendously bad situation because study continuity government, all they have to do is flip the switch. The president is out there, have the head of NORAD, he becomes the CEO of NORCOM. He's a three-time loser in that.
So there's no doubt this is like a fire action break an emergency. They admit they've definitely got a fake UFO invasion. They think they're about to be knocked out of control.
Yeah, exactly. And I think they've looked at COG for a couple of different reasons, including cyber threats and things like that. But the UFO event they've been building up for 8 decades, and there's a group inside there that thinks they can pull it off. And secrecy. Remember, the whole thing is about maintaining secrecy. So when they let things like this out, and they let the press talk about it,
They're gallining. They're preparing the ground.
there's no question about it. And I'll tell you this: they have that atomic clock that was closed at midnight about when they think it's going to be an exchange. I think that with the release of the UFO files, we're just closer to midnight in terms of the UFO threat being activated because there's a group back there, ultimately in the background. They know things are coming out and they're going to throw off the entire message around the UFO file. They've been preparing for it in the background. They've been hoarding the technology in the aerospace companies, in the defense contractors, and that is completely anti-constitutional. It's extra-constitutional activity, and they've been able to get away with it because they've had the help of the intelligence agencies. But if they are able to pull off a UFO threat, if they get Trump and the Golden Dome shooting at UFOs and all the rest of it, then you're in the suit. That's the downside of the escalator you're talking about. And we can stop that for sure by putting this before Congress and just raising our own awareness around it and putting a message out.
All right, a few minutes left. Thanks for your time on this Saturday. I've asked a lot of questions in the last 45 minutes. What else do you want to impart that people haven't looked at, haven't talked about?
I keep going back to the missing scientist story because we launched the story after the death of Guerrero, who was up here, and the technology that he was working on. He was the head of the MIT lab. Now, if you know, there's a lot of people in the UFO community who are studying plasma as a possible explanation for how these UFOs are operating and the kind of consciousness level of the plasma, etc. Well, he was engaged in very advanced experiments around plasma, but he's working on something I found out about that wasn't listed in his resume, and that was the neutron star merger. Neutron star merger, literally, this is somebody who wanted to take a little piece of a black hole about the size of some dice and put it in the laboratory, recreate the effects. You can imagine the types of possibilities if you create a black hole in your laboratory. They had this whole thing about the shooter who came up to get him, and he shot up Brown University first, Claudio Valente. He comes up here to Brookline and then shoots Guerrero, and then suddenly we have this massive wave of missing or dead scientists. So the Guerrero case is very key and crucial. By the time we get to February 27th of this year, with the disappearance of McCaslin, who was redeveloping the UFO file, this is in fact the real story. And it's funny when they say, well, is there a distraction going on with them putting out the UFO information before its time? It was going to come out in July. They moved it up to May. In my opinion, the only distraction that could be going on is they may want to distract from the scientist story because those people are deeply involved in black budget technology and black projects that aren't anywhere. There's no paper trail for them. And when people go looking for it, they're like, oh, well, I can't find this program. The government, the CIA, I asked them, they said it doesn't exist. Well, if you end the investigation there, it's absolute idiocy. Any kind of a journalist, any kind of reporting at all is going to realize, oh, this is a secret black project. I can figure out the dots by connecting people that are involved. In this case, we're just lucky in the case of McCaslin, but because we have the WikiLeaks email that shows he was related directly to the redevelopment of the advanced properties, exotic technology inside the UFO file. So we know that. We know that he was involved with those programs. Sure. Therefore, the fact that he's missing, it should be like one of our major nuclear scientists is missing. And the activity of those scientists, again, taking their phones, wiping them out, leaving them behind.
Well, I know this. I heard this early on before Trump got elected the first time 10 years ago. And he made statements like this. He wants to release, he says, all the forbidden technology. He wants innovation. And I think in many ways, with drugs and everything else, he's been set up for that. He has tried that. And so I think that's really legitimate. I think that's the answer to grow away out of this debt. But the globalists don't want that. I want to play you a clip from Fox News where one of these famous scientists. And he's saying, this is a great thing. They're finally going to bring it all out. He believes this is the first sign. The big news is not the nothing burger. He says, taco. He's saying the big issue is the government admitting at least it's real that is usually your take on it.
Dr. Michio Kaku, theoretical physicist. Dr. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you about this? I would put it at a 10 because we're at a turning point. For decades, we had to rely on eyewitness accounts of homicides, truck drivers, people with sneakers, laughing. Now we're talking about huge files that are top secret that for the first time in modern history are being given to the American public. So I'd like to congratulate President Trump for having the nerve to go against recommendations by the FBI to release these files so that independent researchers, scientists can go over them and we can make up our own minds rather than having the CIA make up our minds. And the CIA apparently is still fighting the full release. When you ever see about a UFO that goes like that, up, down, left, right, at 90 degrees, so fast you can't even believe it, what does that tell you? It tells me that the laws of centrifugal force should crush the bone of the people inside the flying saucer. So either there's basically an automated flying saucer, so there are no bones to crack, and the thing goes zigzagging left and right, or it represents a very high level of intelligence to create something like that. So in other words, we humans cannot get into a spaceship that goes zigzagging like that. Only aliens can, and even their bones will break. So it must be a very high level of technology.
So you almost convinced me there. We know this is nothing but the government admission of all this. That is a big deal.
Absolutely. Well, there's a lot of credit for saying back in February, right before the general disappeared, by the way, that he wanted to put all this out. So he does get credit on that. The problem is actually not with Trump on the UFO file, oddly enough, unless he talked into the war aspect by Hegseth and others, which would be a big mistake. And combining UFOs with the war aspect is the ultimate trap. But Trump, I think, taken advice saying, well, this would be good to move some of this front and center because it hits out at a number of groups, including the defense contractors like Lockheed Martin and others, who are so independent now of the government. He actually tried to pull Lockheed Martin with the purchase of stock on the executive branch, which was also remarkable. It didn't work, but you can see the efforts to restore, just like the Space Force, something back under the executive branch to have control over the UFO file lost over 60 years ago. And this is the problem. That group, like he mentions the CIA there, that's one aspect of what's going on there. CIA, NRO, they have control of all of this. And to be honest with you, the presidents don't have the control. This is the nature of the problem.
And this is Trump trying to claw it back on the CIA. They're admitting. He's releasing what he said to release, just like they did with JFK. All right, Daniel, that's very impressive. Thank you so much for spending so much time with StarJournalist.com. Talk to you soon.
No, it's great to see you.
Very exciting time to be alive. Like he said yesterday, we found the clip. I think it's that around the time was in this big tape interview about there.
Pretty freaking cool, man.
Daniel's still there. But when did I found the clip? But when did the vice president say, "Oh, coming up on May 8th, we're gonna have disclosure"? No one else had said that. No one was sure. He obviously wanted to float that for some reason.
He did. How did he know? I'm so on with this. He released it to a journalist group that follows him, and he said, "You're going to be." That was back in March. So the vice president advanced that on May 8th, you're going to meet them, and they were been asking about files and things of that nature. So Vance was way on top of it. How he had the vision to say what's going to happen on May 8th is quite remarkable.
Well, he told me 2 months before he was nominated by Trump. He said, "No, I've got it." When I met him in Detroit, so
That's fascinating. Yeah. Well, you've been right at the epicenter of getting very interesting leaks, like the ones that have come from the White House before. And I think that you'd be, the type of person that they would put this out there and feel it out there because they know that you're.
Oh, they told me I could break the Kennedy thing within 5 days. Either in Arizona or California, and it happened. It's just weird how these people work. Daniel, thank you so much.
Excellent.
All right, I did a big hour and a half long interview with Edward Gall, incredible filmmaker, researcher, and man, he's a researcher, and talk show host and researcher, Lauren Whiskey yesterday on all the ancient civilizations and the Ark and all, how it ties to the UFOs and the Bible and the Book of Enoch. That's coming up. And when this live feed go over, when that tape's over, we're going to take big chunks of the show, post it on X, Real Alex Show. Be sure to follow us there at AJN Live on X and on Rumble, rumble.com/Alex Show, rumble.com/AJN Live. So I want to thank the crew for an incredible job as you on this live Saturday transmission. You're about to see an hour and a half interview tape last night. We're not slouching around here. And we would have done it live, but I wanted to add a bunch of exhibits and a bunch of documents and stuff. So this is really a kind of a documentary you're about to see. So share the live feed right now. Real Alex Shows on X and at AJN Live on X. And of course, over on Rumble, there's a real war of the globalists to suppress the show. Some people were off the air. The Onion got Infowars now. The state Infowars. The Onion didn't get it. That was a fraud, just like a year and a half ago. And we fight on. We might even still win Infowars back, but it doesn't matter because I don't own the Alex Shows Network. The sponsor does, and that's Big League with all the best supplements, all the best major apparel at thealexshowstore.com. That is the course to get amazing products. Thealexshowstore.com, and we have a flash sale: buy one liquid, get an another one free, absolutely free. Same thing with the Irish sea moss. Buy one of the gummies, bottles, and get one free. That is tonight at midnight. Get the T3 iodine. There's a big special on that as well. It's all about the end at thealexshowstore.com. Widest selection t-shirts. All there. We're funded by you, and I humbly thank you and respect you for your support. I would encourage those who've never gone to thealexshowstore.com, 99% of you, what do you know? You think I'm going to sell crap? You're missing out. Not getting Earl's Wrestling Blue, Earl's Wrestling Red, this proprietary, or a Bovine Colostrum. Not sexy and sexy effects. So get it all at thealexshowstore.com. If you see it sold out, they have a sister site that has its own inventory. There at realalexjones.com. realalexjones.com. So bookmark that as well. Now, I had a bunch of stuff I didn't get to today, but I told my youngest daughter I'm going to take her swimming. I said, out there before it gets too dark. I'm going to drive home and take her swimming out to the park and stuff with some of her friends. So I'm going to get some headlines to get out of here. So that's why I'm not going to get to all the virus news that is absolutely critical, but I'm super prepared for this. And some other news as well. So it will be covered on the Sunday show, Lord willing, tomorrow night, right here out of the Alex Show Network studio, 4 to 8 p.m. 2 hours, and then other guest hosts come in, like Royce White and others, 6 to 8 p.m. So be sure to join us right here at AlexJonesLive.com. That's the site to bookmark. That's the with little Infowars, better articles, the videos, everything. AlexJonesLive.com. Big interview coming up. Stay with us. We have to get more people hired. We have to finish the videos. We have to have our legal defense and offense, and we have to move forward. So now is the time. Have we not delivered to you in the fight against tyranny? Have you not delivered supporting us, Symbiotic? A win-win situation. Like he says in Gladiator, after he chops up the four guys in a few seconds. He says, are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? And I say, are you not empowered? Are the tyrants not scared? Are they not coming after me and my crew? You want somebody to fight? You want somebody to stand up for you? Well, then you got to back them. And those that have backed us, I salute you for the bottom of my heart. And those that are sharing the articles, that's great. But it's different classes of people that choose to get the knowledge, but are scared or lazy or whatever. Then there's people that at least share the articles. Here, I appreciate you. Okay? She got like copper, the bottom at least listen, but how people learn from osmosis or something. You got the silver folks that at least share the articles and videos with other people. And then you got the people that and the people that get great products that are smart enough to say, wow, this guy really knows what he's talking about. I believe him. He'd only sell me something that works, and then they try it. We have an supplements because I wouldn't tell you something that doesn't work. I'm stupid. That's why I'm a people. I know the stomping tyrants politically into the ground, not violently. Slashing their throats, not violently. Stabbing eye sticks in their heads, not violently. Cutting their heads off, not violently. Ripping their entrails out,
Yeah, he's
politically, not violently.
funny.
I like breaking their bones and grinding them down to make my bread. Fum. I smell the blood of satanic globalist scum. Be they alive or be they dead, I'll dry their bones to make my bread. You want somebody to fight for you? You better believe. Got it. The real McCoy. The spirit of resistance and victory. And they know it. And it's why they serve it. And if you will simply join me and ask God for this spirit to lead, God, and direct us, the spirit that overcomes, God doesn't give us over to the spirit of weakness and fear, but one is a roaring lion that conquers, that destroys tyrants, that overcomes. And when the enemy comes in like a flood, the spirit of the Lord lifts up a standard against it. We are the crucible. We are the seal of the people. We are the standard. We have the spirit. We have the will. But we have to have no fear and commit to this fight. Your prayers to God for our providence and support, because if God be with us, who can stand against us? And financially support us now at VLSGillenwater.com. Become a VIP. Cancel any time. It's no commitment. You just get all the best deals. $30 a month spend, instantly $40. You buy whatever you want. You make $10 right there. Special offers, sales on top of sales for everybody, and special offers at VLSGillenwater.com. Commit. Be a VIP. You can also donate on the side with the donate button. Just take action now. But those of you that have been supporting us, you know who you are, and I thank you from the bottom of my soul. Days, weeks, and even years ahead of the news cycle, AlexJonesLive.com is tomorrow's news today. Of course, Edward is the amazing documentary Time Suddenly and So Much More. I've known him for years. Matt Hazen is an amazing research businessman. They're so knowledgeable. But I didn't know Edward Hall is heavily involved in production of these documentary research of the discovery of Noah's Ark, 13 Mount Ararat, where the Old Testament says he came to rest after the flood. And the stuff he was telling me on the show, I said, you gotta stay over and come on for the Saturday broadcast. So we're gonna do that. And then we're also gonna get into some of the other big topics, the so-called UFO exposure, or uh, clearly they're trying to push, and it's COVID 2.0. So Matt Hayes is with us, Edward Hall, and Paul Risky, who I've known for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years now. I've worked for 6, 7 years. He's been a big producer, and he worked in the media, also the talk show for Father. She's also working on this as well. And so very, very exciting. Where should we start? I'm going to let you dive into this, Edward. I'm the expert. Sure. Well, I brought my business partner and my co-host on with this story actually started with a book. This year, Lauren actually brought a book forward that changed our minds away from old.
We had 3 donuts last year. We had 3 donuts on the car last year. Right now there's only 1. Fuck that. Oh, take a message. Okay. Oh, I'm looking at my voicemails. I'm wondering why I keep missing calls, but nobody is I don't know why nobody's leaving a message or text messaging me, but that stuff over. Oh, that's the guy. Oh, that's right. Ooh.
And he ended up being on this ark for and by the time he gets on the mountains of Ararat. So that's what the book of Genesis says.
It was wild. Now, guys, tablets even older than the Old Testament. The Sumerians basically the same story, but out there was a race of apes that basically is another species alongside it as well. And then the gods came in and populated. That's kind of the for me the story. So the point is, arguing is one way or the other. The point is, all the ancient cultures have the same basic story. It's that's what's so wild about this.
Exactly. The Quran has the story of blood as a prophet. So they are the that it lands in the mountains of Ararat. And
That's
even recognize it as Noah's Ark. They have a giant sign out there that says this is Noah's Ark. There are pilgrims years and years ago, going and seeing the ark on the silver they stop at the door.
even if you just say Jesus was the greatest prophet of all time, I think that kind of makes you a Christian or something. Because Jews don't even think he was the greatest prophet. Muslims don't think he was the greatest prophet. So, I mean, some people say Jesus is God. I mean, you at least got to say it's God in human form, that he is. So it's kind of interesting. I'm curious because it's interesting. Um, it's it's perplexing, but it's like we Christians don't really focus too heavily on any of the other prophets, and that's probably I don't know. I guess you don't really have to, but there is like Saint Peter, Saint George. I mean, Jesus' human father, Saint Joseph. Uh, so there's a few other pretty good, pretty strong, very positively influential humans that have existed before. So
For me, stop because they all those are and pieces of the wood that pitch as or for luck. But it's documented all throughout history that was the art's resting place. Now, Ryan back by the 80s, he did his own studies. A lot of them have been there's a lot of new technology since then, since Ron Wyatt. His studies of Noah's Ark, but it was originally found by a Turkish pilot back in the 50s, and was Captain Bernard. So that's why they named the formation after him. And so the ark was actually a lot more visible back then too. Like you're seeing like over hundreds, like I mean thousands of years. That ark is 4,000 years old.
Well, you see the theater in Rome and Greece where it's an amphitheater covered for a few thousand years. You can't see it before. And once they excavate, you're like, how did you not see that? It's like these kids that they couldn't see the Green Hill.
Well, quickly jump in. It's funny how God works with this. Is he tries to be really simple for us. We always want to argue like with God's word. God is super simple. The Mount Ararat, on the steps of Mount Ararat. It's in the Bible, very clear. But of course, many people want to think that maybe the ark is hidden somewhere else in the world. The Lord made it really clear. And then this kind of coincides with the research that has been done now. That of course we're going to find evidence of Noah's Ark in the place that God said it rested.
And I forget which part of the Old Testament is that. It's after Moses says, "Go on out." I'm going to say, "You see it, but I'm going to stay here." But then he had the guys these forward Jews to a ritual where it was. They went and dug it up and found what they had back then, the aluminum tablet in there. All that. And my point is, they keep finding everything. It's crazy.
God just like on my heart. I have no idea why. I don't know how to explain it. It's very bizarre, but it was just something I had to do. Like I had to do it, and God told me that I want you. I want those are, but I just knew I had to do something. So I did a bunch of research on all these organizations, like they have art or they have the site of the art, and got brought me to artistdance.com. I got in touch with him. So he's the man on site. He runs a tourist facility. Actually, you can get yourself in Turkey. They book tours all the time with churches.
Welcome to come with us, by the way, Alex, when we go out this summer, if you'd like to.
How do you fly to Turkey? To Germany and then to Turkey?
And then to Istanbul. Yeah. Go ahead, Laura. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
How about you?
Yeah, and so he has recently his own studies. I'm sure you guys saw the news all over Fox. He's on Fox on his Foreign Network talking about these recent findings that they have. So they found a ground almost 250-foot something that appears there's something that appears perfect right angles. This is the geological formation, like secular science would have you believe. Like, don't have a science guy read a see. Oh, it's not the art. It's absolutely not. It's just a pile of rocks. No, rocks can't show that it was a ship.
Well, I mean, if I'm just looking at this stuff, knowing how 3,000 plus years ago or longer, it's lodged in the mud up on the side of a mountain, it's going to, the rocks going to harden around it, and over thousands of years, rots away, you're going to have that perfect imprint there. To me, that doesn't look like any geological formation I've ever seen. It looks like something sucked in the mud, pushed it around, and sandstone forms around it.
100%.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that what you expect to find is what they're finding from ground penetrating radar, from LiDAR. And I'm sure Lauren's going to get into this part, but part of the excavation that we hope to do is yes, the first time ever. No one has ever gone down into this. But part of the excavation is going into that cavern, the remains essentially, the hollow terrain of what was left over after the war.
It's not just the remains of the passage, it's hollow.
That's what Lauren's saying. There's actually a hallway. There actually could be, who knows what we're going to find down there. Of course, when the Turkish go to the
artifacts, and there's a hole in there.
of course,
That's gonna be amazing.
What he did was he had a hallway that went from the tip all the way past the center chambers all along. It was 3 stories. So the first story of the boat is gone. That's what the top is. It's 4,000 years old. Of course, it's decayed wood. However, because God pulled covered in pitch, it's very preserved. Out there, they're at 6 months under ice. So it was really well preserved. There's 2 floors underneath and up hallway. That's where they found the atriums, but that's where they also found perfect angles and that's probably where they slew the animals. But there's a hallway walking straight through it. And then said that he had a geophysicist from America. She was studying the data and she called them and she said, hey, to the tunnel. Was there any kind of line where you had no tunnel? And they said, no, it's that's just touched it. We can't do anything. And she said, that's the hallway. I mean, 250-foot hallway right there. And I think that all of this there's new technologies that they're able to do in order to investigate the I don't think that the time is a mistake. I truly believe God was God knew that the world was going to know and know about it. God knew that to preserve the ark because someday the world will be reminded of the times during the days of Noah that God, the world became so wicked and such wickedness. God had to wash it.
The final thing is the study is very make a baby from 2 it's not a baby when you cross genetics and fertilize it. A woman's egg that's in it's not even a human. And they really make these in labs and then they say kill them before they come to term. That's not true. We know they have. And then now we'll have 3 or 4 people together making it. It's not a baby. And so I remember reading on MIT article 30 years ago. They never showed the public. They did this, but they were doing it. Oh, it's not a human. There's no rights. 1% cow. So it has the rights also the cow will reject it. Except part of the cow that's in, and then they grow it as a big harvesting. I mean, this is true abomination stuff, and it was basically metaphorically arguing God didn't destroy it. There was other whatever happened is all the other cultures in the area and around the world describing this moment, and not just looking at it, but Old Testament that God destroyed it because basically aliens came down and run with us, and now we're told, oh, all this is happening again. It's just crazy. What is it about the promise? Water does have fire. Exactly. And everyone in the world, yeah, I'm sure that's why there are right? But in Florida, especially where we get sometimes triple rainbows. It's the most majestic, beautiful thing you'll ever see. And I've never met anybody who looked at a rainbow and said, oh, well, that's not I've seen triple rainbow on Kauai. Yeah, it's breathtaking. Lord knew not just a sign to keep us, basically alive and well and awake during times like right now, when we have our own government, supposedly coming out with information they're going to allege that I was about to say all three of this because I heard things.
That revealed he's Canadian, the way he pronounces government. Government.
But it's okay. That's it right there. The hardest one they're trying to play, the latest bound of propaganda, is that aliens created mankind. Not by the blood.
Pronunciation of the propaganda too. Propaganda.
Of alien. Not what happened.
Canada is a little bit more French and British than the United States of America is. And then, like, still under their control. We all descend from basically the same, a lot of them. So,
How far that artificial.
yeah, we all have 8 great grandparents and 16 great great grandparents, and nobody likes to talk about that. Nobody wants. Most people have never even thought of that. Most people have not acknowledged the fact that they have 16 great great grandparents. So they might have heard a story about one of their great great grandfathers, or even great great great. So especially if you're talking great great great, your triple great, just great 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 grandfather. If somebody talks about their great 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 grandfather, you have to ask them the question afterwards. What about the other 15 guys? What about the other 15 guys that were also your great 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 grandfather? I can only fathom, I can only begin to imagine who those people even were, man. When you go through every branch of your grandparents and great grandparents to understand who your great great grandparents might be, let alone great great great, it's wild, isn't it? Because you already have 8 people to consider when you talk about your great grandparents. Has anybody ever met all 8 of their great grandparents? That's what I'd like to know. I bet some people are privileged enough to have. There might be some families that consistently get to meet their great great grandparents. they're depopulating us.
It's a very scary time. Think about it, but we actually have a beautiful story. It's something I'm looking to try to schedule to watch this excavation because for this to unfold, it is a beautiful story that I think can hit it home. It does verify so much of what look back to the scriptures and so forth.
Because then you get into how many other people also have those individuals as their great-great-great-grandparents. Because even if you haven't met them, you most definitely haven't met all of the great-great-great-grandchildren of your great-great-great-grandparents. So, wow, that's incredible. Or have you? Of one or two of them. I mean, because every time there's a sibling, they start an entirely new tree if they successfully mate and procreate. And every time any individual gets married, they're joining with an entirely another family tree. In the terms of their offspring, that offspring is related to both family trees. So not only are we creating new branches of family trees, we are combining family trees. That's what occurs. It's pretty cool. Right. There it is. Right. We are all great.
That's all esoteric. That's a cult. That's hidden. No, it's not. First, you say everything's literal. No, it's not. Everything Sumerians talking about, everything Plato said, how they found it, buried. So it turns out this stuff's real history. And have to in the Aztec astronaut carving. A spaceship. Got what looks like rocket ships and jumbo.
And sacrificing slave babies to so-called gods is not hardcore. Scalping warriors on the battlefield is. On the Great Plains.
On them. And they've confirmed for 300 years this stuff that they hauled out. And it's all space alien stuff. And the Aztec and Michael before it came out of they explained to the government stars. Aliens with blood. They want to sacrifice kids. Knowledge. Every other culture says, oh yeah, we conjure these creatures. Carvings. Conjure these creatures land.
Some people are used to killing babies, and others are used to fighting other warriors. Some are used to only fighting the vulnerable.
Hologram physically sometimes. Yeah, they're Aztec cosmic astronaut. So
I got a picture of this the other day on the screen.
Here's Joe. She's got on.
Awesome.
Texas. can't believe that.
Get a big.
Okay. And every as a area, the men come down from with and create hybrid. God gets pissed off and says, I want the earth to kill me. That's the same this. I don't know what that is. I have some tree in my backyard. What?
6th or 7th time I've heard this story. That's so funny. It never gets old because he's such a good storyteller. But and it just comes out of nowhere. He's so energetic with it.
I thought it was Tony. Like this, I feel like giant.
He gets
And I
better.
sit down. What the hell?
He gets a little better and more condensed version. So shorter story every time, which is cool. More accuracy and to the point. It's always good.
And all of a sudden, all these little orbs are flying. Wow. That's not briefing. That's not some fun suit, but I suck with these eyeballs. And it's all people saying the stuff and getting video of it. In broad daylight. You'll have these big fireballs coming. The things go, wow. Big motherships are coming at or something.
I thought I saw a giant cloaked craft go across the horizon a few years ago when I was doing DoorDash or whatever. But oh, and then a star took a picture of me. A star flashed brightly at me and then dimmed out at the lake last year. And then I saw countless of them moving around and appearing, moving, and disappearing, appearing, moving, disappearing, appearing, moving, disappearing, all in the same place. Just seemed like hundreds of them. And then, just dancing around of them. Might have been a couple of times where they flashed at me. Like it was either a drone taking a picture of me or stars are fake, or it was a craft taking a picture of me. Um, oh, but then the other day, I cannot believe I didn't even look at it twice. It was so strange. Check this out. It was so strange. I was trying to do like handyman service, and so I knocked on this guy's door. Right after I knocked on this guy's door, I looked up and I saw this metallic sphere. I saw a metallic sphere, like in place, and a couple of other airplanes moving in the same area or in the same field of view. But the guy answered his door. I talked to him for a few seconds or whatever, and he didn't need any help with any thing handyman related or repairs around the home, whatever. He's a man and he's got it taken care of. But and that's what you risk with any service. They probably don't need the service. But anyway, I looked back up in the sky and it was gone. But I could almost swear I saw a metallic sphere when I was trying to do some door-to-door sales, like last month or a month and a half ago, whatever it was. So I like repairing stuff. I'm not a master mechanic or a master carpenter, but I'm pretty good with a wrench and a hammer. We've done a little bit of a lot of things. Roofing. framing, sheetrock hanging, floor. I mean, there's a lot of different floorings. But I've never placed hardwood. I've never laid down real hardwood before. That'd be nice to learn. But I suppose I've done carpet. Cement. I've seen how they jack up houses and level them if the foundation sinks or whatever. Not too hard. I mean, you got to figure one portion of a house is probably as heavy as half of a truck. You can jack it up. You wouldn't think you could jack up a house, but a portion of a house is probably just like half of a car or a truck. Maybe even half of a van, but you can still jack that up. So that's pretty cool. I'll get my book. Ooh, she's sexy.
Something's going on. Yeah. Everyone's like, oh, they have carvings that are perfect Apache helicopters. I've talked to family that's gone there and seen it themselves. Those photographs from 100 years ago, before Apache helicopters existed. And they go, the economists go, we don't know what this means. We haven't decided it yet. That's because it's a drawing. It's not some language. It's not some character. It is a damn Apache helicopter. I mean, look at this. All sorts of craft. Translate the point. About the flying machines. And it's got a whole bunch of them right there. It's like a Black Hawk helicopter. Spaceships. It's like a land speeder from Star Wars. You've got medieval paintings of flying saucers with windows. Wise men from Egypt followed a star. They followed a UFO. And it was crap. So we have text. Ancient, they've deciphered destroyed Viking stuff from like 1,000 years ago. Proto-modern Viking. And then they describe a hole coming out of the sky and elves. What do they get the sprites and leprechauns and all this stuff, folks? And oh, they live in the caves. They don't watch out.
So,
Because every culture says because it's the because that's what works. All the higher orders got created. All stuff does that. The devil and all these things that show up only give us stuff to destroy ourselves. Only podcast too. She got me to read the book. She's like, that.
So, Orthodox text, which has in the Bible, but in the Orthodox text, it's basically kind of like the Bible, and books. And the story goes that Revelation actually never replaced Enoch, and so it's interesting because you can kind of full circle, but you about seeing wild read, okay, and get kind of I think that
Ethiopia is most definitely close enough to where Jesus is from and lived that I know he and one of his friends were in Ethiopia. So check this shit out. I mean, it's not too far-fetched for me, right? So don't pardon my language, but I need me some Ethiopian Bible, baby. All 88 books. Not this stuff I mean, what do we have? Like, depends on which one you get, but my pocket Bible probably has like 10 or 12, and then my larger Bibles have like, 40 or 50. What's up with this missing 30 or so books of my Bible?
there's a lot that brings you to then ask the question, why would they remove this information? True, in part of the Bible world,
canon. Rabbis that disagree with the Torah. So like, let's check that one out. But it's in the same lump of Dead Sea Scrolls. They have the book of Isaiah, which is really fascinating. West Hop on my podcast explained the book of Isaiah and that they found the same book of Isaiah that was 8,000 thought version. And the Dead Sea Scrolls, which was fascinating. And in there. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the Watchers down with
Yeah, so if you discount Enoch, you have to discount Isaiah. I mean, it's been the same verbatim for 1,000 years before our Bible was even written, or before our recent Bible was even written. So
giant? That's us. Doesn't that sound like us?
I mean, did we destroy like weaker races? But I think we also fought back against stronger races who were, say, maybe killing and eating us. Like the white giants were actually the first Americans. Nobody wants to admit this, especially the internet, right? But white cannibal giants were the first Americans. And then Siberians migrated across the land bridge and turned into our Native Americans who fought those cannibal white giants for thousands of years, apparently. And then they only recently supposedly ran them into a cave and burned them, the last of them. But we all know there's still some in existence. I hope so. I fucking hope so, man. I mean, and I hope they're not just all cannibals and snatching us. But I know that Native American Sasquatch exists too. So there are some bigger, stronger humanoids than us naturally already, like Sasquatch and the white giants. And there's black giants. I mean, and Sasquatch are black giants and white giants. Sasquatch are white giants and black giants. So, and Sasquatch are also giant Native American Indians. There still are giant Native American Indians, baby. That's a beautiful thing to know. They didn't go extinct with Chief Tuscaloosa and his son Black Bear. Wasn't that his son's name? "12 feet tall and 9 feet tall," or was it 9 feet tall and 8 feet tall? Chief Tuscaloosa was every bit as tall as Robert Wadlow, but he was a physical specimen. And somebody doesn't want us to know about how God can actually create physical specimens when properly nourished. Hey, motherfuckers, both of you. And don't fucking do that when my hand's on her. Trying to bite my hand or what? No, please, you're okay. I know somebody horn woke you up. Stop, it's it. You don't need to. You don't need to anymore. That's it. No. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. She had to finish it off.
Giants football players. Vikings, that showed up in boats and hacking. That's how you would describe them. You would describe the Giants and everything. It's weird stuff, man. Self goes through this amazing personal transformation. He goes up to heaven, he walks with God, and a lot of people think that's part of the celestial tradition. God. Let's stop there. The hovercraft come out. The angels have a crystal on their heads. A drug coming. Basically, they get out. I know. Nobody always talks about that. Go read it. Go read Daniel. Go read Revelation. Go read the Samaritan. That's how you everyone out. It's so sad. Out I think and right about guys off air. That's why it's such a revolutionary act. Live on X, on Rumble, AJN Live. That's the free app and AppShows.com. This is a revolutionary act. Share it on your email list, your text message list. Tell those you share to share it. That creates a chain reaction. And then support us at AppShowsStore.com. But the sister site of the Art of the Auctions Network, Bigly, is RealAppShows.com. And they hold back 10% of the knives, coins, and t-shirts. They're limited edition there. A lot of the stuff that you'll find that's sold out at theAllShowsStore.com is available at RealAllShows.com. Like the modern, updated World War II trench knife with the blacked out, murdered out brass knuckles, the skull crusher, 10-inch double-edged dagger, 5 different limited edition laser engraved designs. They're all about to sell out. Only a few hundred left at AlexShow.com. So take advantage of that. Support us. The ultramethylene blue, bovine colostrum, the shillage, all the very best supplements you're going to find are RealAllShows.com. When you support us, we are absolutely unstoppable. Whatever you do, become a VIP at the Alex Jones been attacked a bunch the last 4+ years. Russia war in Ukraine. Now Ukraine's taking credit for hitting with drones and missiles. Yeah, there it is on fire. And you got strikes all over Russia, some of the biggest ever. So the war is going into high gear. And then we got Trump threatening to Iran, saying it will be exploded about a month ago. And I said, doing that. That's 25th Amendment. Stop it. 25th Amendment. I said, that's crazy. Straight is still
Yeah, just kidding.
this full war. That's what happens. Power plant. I firm. And paranoia.
That must be Saturday's episode when he said all this yesterday.
So more of the oil right? Technology centers
Ukraine sends it into Russia.
Saudi Arabia 2 days ago. You can't use airspace. Oh, we're in the end of it. Now you have U.S. ships that are together. All these ships damaged on both sides. I've got stacks of it. And then Trump's response, they better out. All of Iran will be a big glowing crater. What does that? And my first thought, I thought, that's it. Clearly it is, or some other even press said Trump is right. I mean, there's nothing else that could be. A lot more than I do. And Donald Trump's like, oh, this is a short war. Look at Afghanistan lasted 20-something years. Iraq war, lasted war, all this stuff. Oh, Civil War, 5 years. Oh, 2 years. Like, oh, it's okay. I thought it wasn't a war. I thought we won. I was straight to the truth is, every God said that I ran it right out all funded by of our firing up our get that level. So please go to thealexjonestore.com. There is a mega sale going on right now. You're getting 40% Discover trends and global developments years before they happen right here on the Alex Jones Show. So whether it's China, the United States, all major governments use the same pricing reserve the scams. They use Ponzi schemes to enrich themselves. They pass the inflation and debt onto us. And they've known for decades that right around this time, it was all actuaried out with the baby boomers, but not a share around the Western world, uh, going into the Neverland.
Okay.
And things would collapse at this point. Yeah, they had a reset. So they started saying by the 70s, we'll use a virus to bring the world government, lock people down, keep prisoners, and live under austerity. Then you got Bill Gates publicly, also the Epstein files that just came out. So their answer is call us. The answer is replace us. But the last 6 years, COVID blew up their face. So now they're trying to cut the virus. They're trying war, they're trying racial division. All of this has come out in the WikiLeaks, you name it. That they're using racial division, all of it for control. But if we transcend it or aware of it, it's game over. So going back like 5 years ago, that's when everything worked out. The HSBC, Donaldson, Lufkin, BlackRock, really great analysts, and now I've got these actuarialists and top insurance companies that are public, they're my whistleblowers, of tens of millions of the code. Even 4+ years ago. Brought out the whistleblowers, they were the top people, they testified to Congress, they tried to suppress the information, and now we see all these congressional hearings last few months confirming they know the consolation rating system killed millions of people, and they just hope we forget about it. And then now Fauci and Hotez last year said, don't worry, they tried the mouse pox, and they tried the Zika virus, and they tried the bird flu, and all those other they're clearly, from what I've seen, are trying to hide this up with the Zika virus. Suddenly, this strange in humans. Now it's all over the world popping up. The cruise ship, I said last week, looks like this setup. So they're trying a new pandemic. We had a clip of Tedros at the WHO saying, oh, see, we need our world treaty. Medical dictatorship. She better take this serious. So I think they're grasping at straws. I don't think anybody buys it. So I want to get into medical pandemic 2.0 news. I want to get into predictions. She's got an incredible record of predictions up or down on the economy, the war, Trump, and so much more. Again, up or down is our guest. Find it at his website and on Twitter at Dowd, Edward, and so much more. So a lot to cover. We'll also get into nothing murder. Edward, great to have you today. Thanks so much. Alex, good to see you. Thanks for having me. What do you want to tackle first? Iran, fire, Ukraine, attack by Ukraine. We get into madness of Trump. We get into the virus scare, all the vindication of the vaccine being part of it. There's so much, but it's all part of a larger picture, isn't it? Yeah, let's set the frame. I don't know if people remember this, but about two or 3 years ago, W wrote a paper called Polycrisis. It predicted not only pandemics, cyber attacks, and all sorts of natural disasters. So what do we have going on right now? We have alien disclosure. We have a pandemic, cyber attacks. We had Scott Besson talking about a couple weeks ago. General AI could use your banks. AI could cause a crisis. Yada yada yada. So there we are. The polling crisis is upon us, and it's basically flood the field. And talking about this Honda virus, there's been among the talks, but this one seems to have gone operational. And why do I say that? That's because it's all over Maui local FM radio. People that are low informational voters and don't know anything that I talk to are asking about the Honda virus. This is been seeded into the mind elaborate on that?
Well, it's the fact that the stories are popping every simultaneously. First of all, we get a video from a guy trapped on the boat.
Hello.
Then all of a sudden, people on the boat in all different countries starting to see these. It's a psyop. It's a totally orchestrated psyop. Because on its face, it doesn't make any sense to me. People are investing in a cruise ship. It's a small cruise ship. There's ties between put out that people. There's just so much nonsense going on. And the fact that WWE wants so quickly and can say with the authority, how do you test it that fast? How do you get samples in the labs? I mean, as far as I'm concerned.
Now, what you're talking about is something I knew about Operation Mockingbird. It was classified in '77. They had new names for it. They were people who spent Mozart for the CIA, one of the big foundations, propaganda. 10,000 articles published. The same publication date. Official order goes up. And I was talking about this system. Every radio station, every newspaper, every local station. They know people find more trust for local news. So they pump it out. And that's what I saw. Hantavirus is spreading in 3 days. Then suddenly it spreads in Singapore and Israel and the UK and Argentina and all over the world and tests and all this. And the EU says put on your mask. And Tedros says, WHO, see, power, we told you. See the giant PR rollout. Oh, that's what's happening. We know the specifics. We know it's a real virus. We know it's fake. We don't know at this point exactly. A major rollout, and that was playing 42.
Oh.
The head of the WHO with his long history of being a Bill Gates fan. He comes out and says, "Oh, all these countries not signing on to a treaty, not giving us a world ID, vaccine ID. You should reconsider now that you see this hantavirus. People should ask, how do we see emergency votes? That's a oh, they're in Singapore, they're in Texas, they're again, and don't get us started on the problem. Who knows what's going on? Here's the clip from. And like advantage to the virus. So that so because of this happening, and
No, it's our white blood cells.
I'm going to give the Trump in a minute saying it's not a big deal. Don't panic. Gross. The best thing we have to turn over is solidarity. That means no question. We say 14 again, it's like we say you should have listened to us. We told you. Everywhere. Why is this spreading magically 18,000 miles apart? I mean, this is the like you said, badly rolled out. And like you have advantage to the virus. So that so that's happening now. And
Get your face.
both US are affected. I think
On me.
because how important universality is for health security. Because viruses don't care about our politics. They don't care about our and they don't care about all the excuses that we may have. So I hope this could be a good lesson.
He just threatened us. He just threatened to spread viruses across our borders. And we know they're all made in the lab now.
Because
Solidarity. I repeat. Thank you. So, over in Shaw, when you see Tedros, you need to understand who funds the vast majority of all of the WHO, Bill Gates Foundation. Next is United Kingdom, all pandemic, then Gavi, which Gates is made fun of, then the German government. So this is literally pushing us. They were down take on this. But first, here's Trump. He's saying no, we are not going to lock down. No lockdowns, no matter what. That's good. That's a good first position. Yes, take on this. But first, here's Trump saying
Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is the largest funder to the WHO, then the United Kingdom. So Bill Gates is bigger than all the countries, than Gavi, whatever that is, Germany, European Commission, European Investment Bank, then the United States, then the World Bank, then the Rotary International. Okay.
are not going to lock down. No lockdowns. No. That's first position. Yes, so it was a big deal. I totally area.
Yeah. The other thing that I find here, like you said, uh, which is not part of the and a lot of the
We know a lot of elite are going to Argentina, so that was just the elite attacking the poor.
correct. So why would you let's use like 30 cases, 50, whatever it is, it's a small number. You cannot recruit any of the development time ever in a lifetime. For 10,000 years to recruit the development, unless you had inside info that there's an outbreak of it that transmits. That's very lucky guess. Is my estimation. So, and then the BBC put out a report yesterday that scientists and that are working on vaccines. This is for me, having got COVID, this is totally wrong than COVID. This is a joke. It doesn't make any sense. If anybody just steps back and thinks about the sequence of events, people are popping up with antivirus. So first of all, I thought the cruise ship was at sea. Some guy puts out a video next thing, cases everywhere. I'm kind of
The ship just left the port a few days ago, and now it's Singapore, Argentina, magically something that has at least 3 days is struggling or sick people are dying. That's just on its face. It's not true.
I have no idea what's going on in the world.
So what do you expect to happen?
I think what they're gonna do, I believe somewhere, they statistically try to figure out how many people will end up buying clients. and realize that they can't go operational on this. So I think they're working
I 100% agree. This is a beta test to see if we'll buy it. They've activated the low information consumers to get them scared, and they're sitting back and seeing if we'll buy it before they go to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, you know, look, this also is very coincidental what's going on. You know, the economy has been before Trump took office. They basically kept the economy to Biden and aliens. We dropped in 20 million people, the bulk of which came in 23, 24, and give them basically freebies, free shelter and whatever. They pump that back into the economy. We think about $1.5 trillion of our treasure was put into this operation in the form of payments to NGOs. And rental prices have been plummeting ever since. We have a deflationary scenario, so inflation was coming down. We're going to see credit issues in time. Housing market was growing. Private credit before the war started to froze in effectively. So credit is kind of trending. The payroll numbers we've discovered have been for the last 2 years. Reality check is up 8 months later. The masses you can't even trust a non-farm market. Today, should have been services the first death model with 300,000 positive.
Talk to us like we're 5 years old. Is it really good? You know, got to table business economy. How is Trump's recovery plan going? How does the trade affect that? What are you trends right now?
But Trump had sit down with people and say, what I'm going to do, so we're not going to report Donald, shake, whatever, shake state or whatever the hell. Is running out of money at the end of the month. They're reporting devastating decline in sales. So the average consumer is running out of money. Auto going up, credit card delinquency, mortgage foreclosure, rising. Home prices under the Biden administration were flooded by the sellers of funny money. They all went after the price. And that's all fictitious. Home prices are 30% overvalued. It cannot be the average prices. The only direction prices going down are it's now cheaper to rent a house than buy. That's the case. So we all know a strong train wreck in housing is coming. So we have kind of a mini housing crisis. That's economy. We have an AI bubble, the likes of which I've never seen. You know, the plan is simply, it's like the gold rush in San Francisco, California. The people who got rich on the gold rush were the guys who sold their picks and shovels. Those semiconductor companies like you, what have you. The companies that are buying all these picks and shovels don't have any revenues on the side to support infrastructure spend. So there's a lot of excitement, quote unquote, gold rush, people excited about it, but the returns are not there. Eventually, it crashes and take the stock market down with it. The stock market was already rolling for the war. But the war kind of actually saved the stock market from everybody started focusing on the war and the Trump headlines. Not only all-time high, but it's a very narrow market. It's basically right now as of today, it's semiconductor stocks. Very narrow part of the market. They're now 19% or 16 or 17% of the S&P 500.
So when that bubble pops, what are we going to see?
coming down because the economy is collapsing, but headline inflation is going to spike because of the oil price shock. It gets us in the 70s.
I was say, so is that stagflation?
You get this oil shock uh, inflation spike. Uh, inflation, uh,
Trump obviously knows that some of the insiders of the White House for over a month are telling him to stop the war. Trump has to know his recovery clearly, and all this in the midterms. We'll talk about that when we come back. We got about 30 seconds, though. I mean, this is going to be a bloodbath.
yeah, the only thing that really matters, and I'm a market guy, so I'm always on the market. Forget about the market, this, and forget about this or that. It's always the person on the market. And economy is always a when it comes to the person on the market. Trump has real wage growth going to 25%. That was a big
When Trump says that, he holds the bag. Let's come back and talk about that and how they navigate this. Stay with us. Release the new big studios. We have to have our rights and offense. We have to. Now is the time. Have you not been supporting us? A win-win situation. Like he says in a few seconds. Are you not? Are you not? And I say, are you not? Are they not coming? Stand up for you. For the class, the knowledge, lazy or whatever. Then there's people that at least share their okay. You got like copper, at the bottom, at least you listen. But I hope people learn from this. You got the silver folks that at least share the articles and videos to link them other people. And then you got the people that and the people that get great products that are smart enough to say, wow, this guy really knows what he's talking about. I believe him. He always tells me something that works, and then they try it. We have a 90+% reorder of supplements because I wouldn't tell you something that doesn't work. I'm not stupid. That's why it's illegal. I'm not the second, third, fourth quarter of it. Plus, I don't like it. I don't enjoy it. I feel good being truthful. I feel good being honest. I feel good stomping tyrants politically into the ground, not violently. Slashing their throats, not violently. Stabbing their heads, not violently. Cutting their heads off, not violently. Their entrails out, politically, not violently. I like to just break their bones to make my bread. I full fun. I smell the blood of satanic globalist scum. Be they alive or be they dead, I'll try their bones to make my bread. You want somebody to fight for you? You better believe you got it. The real McCoy, the spirit of resistance and victory, and they know it, and it's why they say it. If you will simply join me and ask God for the spirit to lead, God direct us, the spirit that overcomes, God doesn't give us over the spirit of weakness and fear, but one is a roaring lion that conquers, that destroys tyrants, that overcomes. And when the enemy comes in like a flood, the spirit of the Lord lifts up a standard against it. We are the crucible. We are the seal of the people. We are the standard. We have the spirit. We have the will. We have to have no fear and commit to this fight. Give me your friends to God be with us. Who can stand against us? And financial now at VIPs.com. Become a VIP. Cancel all the best deals. $30 spin is $10 right there. Special sales on top of special offers. Yeah, store.com. Commit. Be a VIP. Also donate on the site. Donate button. Take action now. Oh, you thank you. Bottom of my soul. Cycle. Alex JamesLeeGillenwater-2. Let's get him. Basically, waging war on corruption. It's Alex Jones coming to you live from the front lines of the info war. I've wanted Trump to succeed. I know every doubt has as well. I know most listeners are very intelligent. That's why you tune in. Not because you already know this, but you want to tune in to hear what else you have to say. You got to have a middle debate. I love callers. I love guests because I learn things from bounce things off and takes us to a higher level of understanding. But anybody's ever studied history, it's like baked in. 2 years ago, the World Government Forum in Dubai, Elon Musk addressed it. I know at the end of a cycle, we always have a war. But we can't do that because nuclear weapons plus there's 10 million people in all the studies. That will cause mass migration and wars, and even the elites will all be killed. So we need stability. Which is why the old game of the nobles when they had uprisings to have a war with each other can't be done anymore. And the best example of this is the 100-Year War between the Norman cousins who were just fighting over France and most of Europe and taking over William the Conqueror. Before, for 100 years, there's letters between them. The real troops are dying, people are being killed, but they are doing it to stop uprisings. Okay, so I just read another book published on tape every time to read when I'm driving. Great book I want to do on the 100-Year War. I was listening to the book. But the point is that they're doing this the victors, the saviors, to control things, be in charge of the next system. We know the next system. Levels did. But starting about 10 months ago, Charlie Kirk got it. Things changed dramatically. And I think it's clear that the Israel is always powerful. Saw the Democrats collapsing, and it's really trying a hostile takeover of the United States. And to commit us to war and somehow bind us together on top. It is true megalomania. It's this big picture. I don't like to get into facts. Overall, how would you quantify or give us an idea where we're at right now with all of this hysteria, and how would you riff off what I just said?
Yeah, basically, 6 years ago, the economy was and financial crisis. Other central banks printed $6 trillion, ended up getting it, and they took the can down the road. 6 years later, and that's the worst way to credit situation and crisis coming. So, I think distract or paper can't blame the system, can't blame the policymakers, and that's where we are. That's why you see all this madness. Try that an opportunity to us the American people talk about what he's going to do. What I find super interesting, Alex, is there were times like super excited to get
all the Trump's enemies, Zuckerberg, all of them are brought in.
Yeah, and what's amazing to us is that next thing you know, it's shut down. And what they discovered is, I think they're tackling the fraud, but they're doing it slowly. Because if you shut off the fraud too quickly, the economy collapses. Fraud.
Last year they said, don't declare the drug cartels terrorists. Democrats stock market. Ah!
can't do it. I mean, fuck this. Systemic fundamental.
But it sounds like you just said Trump is the lesser of two evils.
I just want to hunt and fish and build my own house in the woods out of trees I cut down. So, crash that fucking stock market, bitch.
And I am seeing real signs of cutting off the drug money, cutting a lot of the fraud, but he wanted it was a little too quick.
Yeah, that's what I say. And, you know, I'm not in the room, but I just sit outside and watch.
I mean, they don't want you living at either end of the spectrum, huh? They don't want to give you a flying saucer, and they don't want you living in the woods. Well, I need both.
But once the kicked down, everything shifted.
I need my saucer in the woods.
And if you look at deportation, the mass deportation has not come. In fact, the deportation of Trump was, I think, lower than Obama and Biden.
They were still exactly, but now they're even lower than what they were doing 6 months ago. So now they're slowing.
Correct. So the good news is they stopped the border. So that's a second change. So there's no more people. Let's manage the process because they start deporting people. It's the economy take a hit on that. You know, I think it's problem with all this. We have short-term gain for long-term gain. There seems to be no appetite for any short-term gain.
Exactly. So what would you do? I'm concerned about the shock therapy. Obviously, more public is going to take it.
I mean, it's not all his fault, but it doesn't matter. At this point, 2 years in, he's going to own it.
I totally agree with you. Totally on target. Next level. Well, it's the Israel thing. You don't fetishize bashing Israel, but clearly they're really trying to put their dick on the table right now. What happened there? This is mad dog behavior by Israel.
Well, I put out a post in August 2024 election saying I embrace infiltrating or bribing the administration. And, you know, that seems to have happened because at the beginning of the war, let's go over what happened on day one. And Trump said they did it because Israel was going to do it. So let's go back to day one. They've changed their story since then, but it seems like they were ready to this fight.
Israel strikes first. Israel every time he has a ceasefire attacks to break it. That's a true statement.
Yeah. So here we are. We're involved in this. You know, this is going to end up being a strategic disaster. Well, let's talk about the war for a second. An analyst that I follow, war expert for like 40 years, he called this platform versus projectiles. And we have all these platforms, systems, and Iran has projectiles because Iran has no ambition to take over other countries. The projectile, the homeland, the cheaper, the mass produced, drones down. So all our platforms are written from projectiles, and that's why, as much as Trump talks about the Navy, the projectile with missile capability, drone capability are not, and here we are, and we're going to stay that way for a long time. Plus, you know, so the Navy's got, where you can run a mine with
Missiles and artillery. It's only 20 miles across. Even with a basic first round
tomorrow unless you have regime change. And the Pentagon told Trump it's going to happen. But he listened to them.
Right. So the best thing that Trump declared thing. Absent that, this is a global energy crisis.
But how much is baked in 70 days into this already? How much? I mean, if it all stopped today, how bad will it be?
So it's like the okay. The stock market didn't react 6 months after the embargo ended. So the damage is done. The stock market is like this great forecasting mechanism. It's the dumbest people on the planet.
It's downstream from big events, right?
Most people don't remember this, but we had a housing crisis. There are people don't remember is the big investing team, the dot-com bubble was energy and China and oil. Like 95 to 100. That was a mini oil shock, and that's when the really fell off the bus and accelerated. We had a housing shock. Oh, and I talk about China. China is an absolute disaster.
And then I hear the Trump admin saying, "Oh, China's in trouble. We're great." And Rubio, who cares? We have our fertilizer. The rest of the world doesn't. All is interconnected. I mean, as much as I don't want to become Chinese, I don't want them to implode. They'll definitely take us with them. Where is the? I mean, I'm not an economist like you, but this is basic stuff. I knew this when I was 10 years old.
China is in trouble. They're getting their real estate crisis. Their demographic decline is scary. It's 10x bigger than the demographic decline that happened in Japan. So what have they been doing since the demographic decline started in 2020? They've been exporting their money back because internal consumption is faltering. So to keep their GDP growth going, keep people employed, they're dumping products onto the markets. And that's why we have these trade wars. So they're exporting inflation. And that can't stand because of the economy of everybody else. So now it's acceleration of the
What will China do in the best is the hardline generals will be in control. They'll invade Taiwan as a diversion.
absolutely, because let me tell you what's going on. Coming out, this comes like, we just got the mark data. The mark data for China. All the trends are accelerating. Fixed investment for the first time.
Talking about Wichita is so important to the border. I'm getting chills on my spine. Explain what this means. All these factors. I've never in modern history seen anything like this.
Right, and people are talking about this. Okay, let's go over. We have a housing crisis.
Of course, right whenever Dow goes the most important is reconnect to him. Guys, this is a really smart analyst, but this is all this is not speculation. Okay? This is really bad. And that's why I needed Trump to not get in wars and to get jobs back here. So we be the best house in that neighborhood. It was still gonna be rough as Dow said. We're still gonna have corrections. Now it is just and they're gonna have a virus on top of it. Oh, the virus is the reason there's no sun in your house. I mean, this is so uncool. And then all of you warmongering, neocon slobs that say we're going to win in 4 days, all that. Don't research. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't understand the escalation ladder. You don't know what you're talking about. You're going to get us all killed. You're idiots. Sorry, Edward. Let's go back over because I've been interrupting. Recap all the important points of this perfect storm.
All right, this is crisis. The fourth factor is and all China. All the China in the March numbers. What's even worse is there was CPI May 12th, and that's going to be have a 4.1% estimate, which is well above consensus. Or consensus is 3.5. That costs the bond. The stock market might take a hit, but more important, Fed shares coming on the 15th, and traditionally, a switch over from Fed share to Fed share, the stock market for some reason gets whacked. So we have a perfect storm setting up. New Fed share, you can get back to some fine days after anointed because the CPI report. If we're right, if we're at 4.1% estimates right, people are going to freak out. But that's temporary. Deflation will be what comes next. So it's an inflation stagflation roller coaster. And on the other side of this, and recession and midterm, and it's going to get crazy.
It's going to get crazy. So for people that don't understand, I explain to them slowly. This is a key thing, and I explain this to even people that have PhDs that don't get it when it's in mainline history of war. Why do empires and powerful governments or countries, when they have domestic rebellions, when the bubble's coming to an end, when they have a famine, why do they attack somebody? Why do they attack a neighbor? I mean, I know, I'll give my answer. It's very obvious. It mobilizes people. They stop fighting internally. They unify behind the government against the outside enemy. It allows them to control resources more and divert attention away, and it consolidates again more power. And then if the country is successful conquering the outside nation, it's able to absorb its resources, and it's a confidence game for the countries that ensures some confidence in a new currency or a new reset. And this is what always happens. But it seems like the public in general, even educated people, don't understand this. That this is not just a cycle; it's pretty much a fact.
Yeah, this is the central banking cycle. You get to the cycle, and you can't keep your happy so you go to war because you can't afford yourself. And
It's like a good film when the guy gets along with the mafia, they ship all the money through it for years, don't pay the bills, declare bankruptcy, and then burn it down.
Yeah.
correct. It's right up. It's right up. Goodfellas. That's a great analogy. That's what we are. We're the Goodfellas stage.
So what do we do? Do you think Trump could listen? Because I know some of this gets through to him, but then he goes right back listen to Mark Levin, which they're not even thinking about the global economy. Israel's literally thinking about its own narrow, lacunic view. These people are idiots. Then they call us Iranian agents because we understand the economy.
You know, the devastation that's going to come from the humanitarian perspective just doesn't justify us, debating Israel. I mean, Israel is a tiny country. Sure, maybe the war with Iran is going to cause this much global pain, which was already coming anyways. It's just an accelerant. This is just an accelerant. I'm beside myself watching administration falter, and some of the people gaslight us. They're gaslighting us. How great numbers are. They keep pointing to the stock market. The stock market is going to suck. It's going to so hard and so fast.
Briefly closing, what about the UFOs they have predicted? Just like the Epstein thing, they would give us a bunch of old recycled crap, and they did. I mean, what?
The UFO thing is a distraction. Right. They gave us crap, but if this is going to be a story that keeps going.
Some of those H-1B USAID businesses said their office was inside of a UPS store strip mall mailbox.
Watching
They're saying that's why Christianity and God isn't real. They have all these known preachers on every payroll. So what is the psyop to say your faith will be shaken? Or what do you see from the narrative?
well, it seems to go with international as opposed to other planetary intelligence. Let's say it's let's say it's interdimensional beings. The Bible calls them demons and angels. Okay, and so
We don't need martial law to arrest Kamala Harris and John Brennan.
talking to officials, angels don't talk to government officials. Demons talk to government officials.
Right.
There
my face. That's exactly what the Bible explains. Exactly. The Bible says demons are in control of the high power of the government and literally advise and control the people for Satan.
Now, to your point, I heard this comment talking about human hybrids. That's going to be human hybrids. They'll try it out as aliens. I'm going to watch what the framing of the wrong answer. One other thing I want to bring up that I think is interesting. Has anyone noticed on the topic of I searched Twitter feed. Here's some commented once from or con.
He's completely neutral. What's that mean?
Well, so here's my speculation. And both could be right, but first he could be worried about SpaceX IPO. He doesn't want to actually hire and Trump. So he's just, being coy and wants to just get his IPO without, Trump showing any kind of disloyalty. The other thing is, what I noticed is the algorithm on X suppress everybody's views. And we're kind of talking to an echo chamber. No one understands why things go matter. Social media companies, including Elon, said, "Hey, we're going to work and we want you guys to appreciate that we're not declaring the war powers. It's the software powers, and you guys have to do what we say." And it's
No, absolutely. And we know that's in law. And I know that's what I noticed. That's why I thought he's neutral. Is he wants to stay out of it. His algorithm crushed, so he exempts himself from it. As soon as I started criticizing him more, it was like a giant wet blanket was thrown on me, which I continue to go on and do it. But 100%, the minute, and I noticed the people that are my friends, they get talking points in the White House. I was invited to it. I didn't do it. It's soon as they just take the press release and now they're bigger than ever. But I don't want to be a big puppet. So yeah, and when I think President Trump's wrong, if I thought the war was right, I'd get all behind it. But I saw it would be a failure. I mean, I don't think that's the opinion. I think that's what we're very astute.
yeah, and
Go ahead.
yeah, I'm noticing very smart people, what we call dead Twitter, are starting to really look at this AI bubble and question some things. First of all, it's becoming apparent to most that there's no profit on the other side. It's a commodity like everything say switching costs are zero. So they're building commodity businesses that are going to have returns. So there's going to be a big wipeout of the capital that was invested in this infrastructure. So the question is, why do they keep doing this if they know this? Is there and the administration seems to be running around AI. It's just basically going the rush to not even the power to do it. It's the rush to create surveillance system. Let's call AI what it is. It's a surveillance before the collapse. Because
No, it's a surveillance control system. I agree. Its main primary is control of individuals, societies, and governments that are rushing to get the straitjacket on us.
right, and all for us when these companies start employing credit markets for loans, all cycles are cycles.
Will the U.S. government nationalize the infrastructure?
Yeah, they do that. That's planetary prison system comes to reality.
Well, let me tell you what I know from insiders. It's already nationalized. It's all being directed under emergency powers. Trump didn't even understand his emergency powers the first time. They didn't tell him. They fought against him. They were smart, like you predicted a few years ago. They came and kissed his ass and said, "Here's the keys," and just kissed his ass, and now he's become one of them. By I guess, expediency. I don't even know it's conscious, but that's where we are.
Yeah, and so AI is just going to be a digital surveillance system solve the problems on the side.
Exactly. It's really a surveillance control grid, social credit score. And you can get funny pictures and videos out of it.
Yeah. So the good news is a lot of people are waking up. The bad news is there's going to be a lot of
I need water, not a picture of water.
my recommendation for people.
What's your arm? 5 more minutes and then Dark Journalist comes on. Top expert. People can follow you right now. Everybody said one of the smartest people out there. Back in 2 minutes to finish up on this. We just hero. Let's send them to the front lines. Get the shirt and other incredible designs at thealexjonestore.com, which also funds the new network, the Alex Jones Network. You'll find my life, the other great special investigative reports, and more at the new quarters of liberty, alexjoneslive.com. And share that URL as well. You are the modern followers. And then, of course, download on Android and Apple the free apps so you can watch the show and more and share it at alexjonesapp.com. Now, I'll see you on the front lines. And even years ahead of the news cycle, alexjoneslive.com is tomorrow's news today. You're watching AlexJonesLive.com. It was declassified in 2025. The CIA and the FBI, under Obama's command, launched the attacks to shut down the original InfoWars. But InfoWars belongs to the people. It's stronger than it's ever been. They can't take that away. You are the real power of this operation. So take the link, AlexJonesLive.com, and the link, AlexJonesApp.com for the free Android and Apple download, and share it on your email list, your text messages, with everybody you know, like complete strangers. You have all the power. When you call and tell me how great I am, I say, stop. I'm just like you. I want freedom. I need you to get excited about the power you have. That's what it's all about. They think you're about to shut us down. That is a total lie, ladies and gentlemen. Humanity is unstoppable when we take action. The coordinates of liberty are AlexJonesLive.com and AlexJonesApp.com. Take action now. Share those younger, everyone you know now, and break the back of the globalists. You're unstoppable, power. Take action now.
That was almost on dick.
Top stock picker, trends forecaster, great record. Down Edward on X. You got 4 minutes to take from the number, finish your points. What else do people know?
Yeah, so basically, well, the biggest question is, have you been wrong on stuff? Have I really? The stock market's getting down. It's really not up that much this year. What's been going on for the AI stocks, digital prison system is the only thing that's working, especially semiconductors. When this blows up, and it will, it's going to the whole stock market will change to 50% back for 2 years, something like that. And, market. And let's talk about Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett, like myself, was a little early to this trend because we spent $1.5 trillion, but they did. So they kept the thing going. Warren Buffett's at 40% cash. This is his fourth revenue. He's done this a number of times. And cash is a very good. Cash people think is trash. Cash is a position. Cash is an opportunity to buy and the portfolio doesn't get started as much. So I do personal consulting people. I have a recommend healthy dose of cash in their portfolio. And a lot of my clients are just waiting for the collapse. They're going to buy at the bottom line. Just relax. This stock market is so
Good motto.
traditionally
Warren Buffett.
historically buy it. Put all your money in stock today. It'll take you.
Well, Buffett just said last week, he said this is beyond the casino at this point.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and look, what's going on? Let me tell you what institutions, professionals do. They're throwing their hands up because the market's getting diversified portfolios. So they're not performing the market. And they decided, I'm not playing anymore. I'm just going to blow up. So
I was about to say a lot of big money has been getting out, and also a lot of CEOs have been quitting, just like we saw before the dot-com bubble, just like we saw in
safety. It's oil shock.
Yeah.
They're running to these guys that yeah, funds are going to get the risk is with the insurance companies, the pension funds, the private high net worth individuals. So it's going to, the banks will get hit, but I don't think it's going to be systemic. The regional banks, but every incredible comeback soon. Amazing. What a masterclass. We'll be right back. Draft politicians like Lindsey Graham and Ben Shapiro. Let's send them to the front lines. Get this shirt and other incredible designs at AlexShowStore.com, which also funds the new network, the Alex Show Network. You'll find my live feeds, the other great shows, special reports, investigative reports, and more at the new Coordinates of Liberty, AlexJonesLive.com. And share that URL as well. You are the modern Paul Revere's. And then, of course, download on Android and Apple the free apps so you can watch the show and more and share it at AlexJonesApp.com. Now, I'll see you on the front lines. Weeks and even years ahead of the news cycle. AlexJonesLive.com is tomorrow's news today. Now we got George Reynolds for like 25 minutes. And I'm trying to get him on this for a full hour tomorrow. The special Saturday show starts at 4 or 5 hours. Got a bunch of you guys lined up. It's the world's moving so quickly. I got to do this briefly or we won't be here. Yeah, we just saw them, a year and a half ago with the fake Epstein files. Same thing. Here's nothing murder, as I predicted, as our expert Daniel Lester Jones predicted, and as Birch had predicted. But this was a bigger nothing murder, and I thought very insulting, right on the level of the first Epstein tranche.
This guy just taught me how to catch back sweat running down my ass. I said, "What the hell is that?" Because this dude just did one partial tuck of his undershirt into the top of his ass crack, and then didn't even fully tuck it in, and also didn't tuck in any other part of either of his shirts. Just one half of a tuck, just one hand insert, and there was still shirt hanging off the back, right above the ass crack. So maybe he just wants to prevent extra sweat. Oh, that's disgusting. But at least, hey, that's a technique. I'm trying to see the good in everything. Wow.
Oh. So what are they doing? Why are
they? Here, baby, let's get up.
Yeah. Why are we so obvious real?
Come on.
Craft and myself. I've seen last month. I saw my whole life because I never saw you. Shell fighter when I was like 8 years old. 50 years later, whatever they just showed first Gulf War, and it was just the same thing, same everything. So I've never seen an alien spacecraft, folks, but now I'm seeing stuff that is orbs shooting around, like flash at 4:30 in the morning, smoking a cigar and stuff. Up, blow up over Austin, and then all of a sudden there's orbs flying around. They off. I'm just like, I mean, what? Fireballs coming in over Austin? What the hell's going on? But before we go to Daniel List, remember, I didn't plug last hour. I was so busy. I can't fund this without you. These are incredible products. The AlexShowStore.com funds the Alex Network. We want to hire more hosts. Everybody wants to come on, more reporters, be bigger than InfoWars ever was. But it's up to you. I'm asking respectfully
potential as your insurance with our own personal insurance. To the 48-hour buy one, get one sale. Midnight, buy one, another bottle of the same free. Buy one, I receive. That is incredible. Check out all the Patriot apparel, and it's all the best. Our trifecta iodine is the very best. Our bovine colostrum private label, top so good for skin. Women love it. It's great for everybody. Great for your heart. It's all there at thealexstore.com, and I can't do the value. There's also a contribute button, contribute straight up, and alexjoneslive.com and at thealexstore.com. That way, the entire amount of fight. Wars aren't won without blood, sweat, and I'm very thankful to have support. I'm asking everybody else on the bench. Come to the plate now. Look at the stakes. Look at everything we talked about. It's all coming true. That's why the bad guys want us off the air so badly. All right. Joining us now is our special guest journalist, and he is here to go over the incredible developments, Daniel List. And in the limited time we have, just about 20 minutes, I'm going to try to shut up and hopefully get back on tomorrow or Sunday or Monday to really go the deep dive on this. But I haven't seen his take on this yet, but I know he predicted this was going to happen. What just happened, and why did they do it, and what does he expect to come next? So, Daniel, thanks for being here.
Fantastic. Alex, fantastic.
Thank you.
And what I want to say is, when you go to shut it down, it comes back even bigger, bigger, and bigger. But with this release, this is huge on a number of levels. One, it is Trump's attempt to pull the UFO file back under executive control. Unfortunately, it was defanged a long time ago, getting rolled into this whole Department of War thing. And I want to say this about the Department of War, about the UFO file in relation to the Department of War. There is no Department of War. It's the Department of Defense. They've done a functionary change, but they would have to go through a legislative process. So when they say Department of War and they put out Department of War / UFO, now they have war and UFO rolling in there together. So they can actually do a lot of things with the Department of War, and it's not even legitimate at all. It is.
By the way, very astute. Just like they say in a four-year, there's no such thing as chemtrails because it's never called chemtrail. It's called geoengineering. It's called high altitude aerosol spraying. Exactly. That's what I've been told by insiders. Is they're calling Department of War because that's this new fiction. So now they can hide everything behind that because people are doing 4 years under the incorrect name.
Exactly. No question about it. The other thing, they also have they did this with Homeland as well, as you recall, when the United States is one thing, has the Constitution, has the rule of law, and all the rest, and then you have this other thing, Homeland. The Homeland has done this. We're doing this for the Homeland, and NORAD gets up there and says, "Yeah, if we have continuity of government and I take." So
it's a shadow government out in the open. It's a parallel train track.
There's no question about it. And when they get to the UFO file, I've said this over and over again, and it's not just as an alarmist track. I've been watching their development of the UFO file. They are moving to emerging powers, UFO threat, sky event situation, and this is the warm up for it. In fact, the things that they gave us are very unusual because a lot of what came out today relates directly back to this thing, Apollo, the last Apollo 17. And that's gone back a ways. The reason they go back there is because a lot of what they're aiming at is this whole moon aspect. Because when they get up there on the moon, they have power centers up there. You're going to encounter UFOs, and they're going to have to be explained. So they're starting with that, saying, "Yeah, well, we did have the Apollo astronauts. We lied about it. We never told you about it, but they saw these things going around there, and we try to cover it up." The rumors have been out there for 50 years about what Apollo has seen.
I've talked to Aldrin. He said they were followed every time, but there's recordings of the astronauts saying they're being followed.
Yes, we have recordings of people picking up on it back then at the time, and they were saying, "Look, here comes a Santa Claus at 3:00." Well, that's your UFO, and we have a bogey at 2:00. Here it comes, and one of the things that they also misreported in relation to the conditions that we encountered when we got there. So there are cover-ups in relation to them, although I know there's been a hoax out there for years and years about the Apollo hoax. I don't believe any of that. I think actually our conditions in space are incredibly ramped up because we have a whole secret space infrastructure. This release today, and I want to say this, pinpointed down to the date, VP Vance, 2 months ago now, when he was talking in various chats and things like that, said, "I think that on May
So he's kind of showing he's really in charge.
He's signaling it. And it's very interesting because spoken of before that the president always puts
A mayonnaise ship ran aground, and that's where you get Cinco de Mayo.
in charge of the space program, in charge of the vice president. That's been going on since JFK's days. And it's very interesting because what they control, they had a weird thing all the way back with Dan Quayle and all that, where he came out and said, no, we're going to Mars by 2030. That was in 1990, and they shut him up fast. But he was actually in charge of the space program, and that's what they do with the VP. It's part of the thing. Even Kamala Harris, believe it or not, as terrifying a thought as that is, she was in charge on that level. But here's what they're doing with the UFO file. So they're moving into a position now where they can say, well, you put it out there, and the next piece of this is, oh, it's a threat. That's the piece that you watch, because that's the intel interference. Because, of course, there's a real UFO file. It's intergenerational. We've seen it for thousands of years. But just in families intergenerationally, we've seen it. There have been reports, there have been experts. People have lived and died with this reality. So the UFOs are real. There's no question about that. But the manipulation on the intel side by the NDA, the NRO, and the CIA has come to an absolute head. And what they plan to do, the position they're moving into, is to move into emergency powers for a UFO threat. And it's funny because this is predicted all the way back to Vernon von Braun, who, on a deathbed confession, tells the secretary basically they're going to at the end, and it's all going to be completely a lie. Now, I think it's significant because the other predictions he made to her actually did come to pass when she put them out about the various positions of war that they were moving into. And even though he was a Nazi and came out of that whole environment, at the end of his life, he saw, oh, this whole thing is being for war. So this is the nature of what we're looking at today, and it's very interesting. If you go through the various things, there's interesting video and all the rest of it. A lot of that video that comes from the 60s and 70s, which I was surprised at, and the other ones that they use aren't anything beyond what they put out with Tic Tac. In fact, what you see in some of the images of the Phoenix lights from 1997, the whole crowd sitting over the city, were much more dramatic than anything put out today. The other thing that I think they're linking in is the kind of religious aspect. So they're going and saying, well, we have this alien God, that's coming in, God. So we need to prepare this Christian track where we come in and say, well, to the Christians, there's an
That
aspect
was my
of this
next
that
question. Big propaganda is very ready, but also the pastors go out to the government and we're ready to shatter your belief, but we're Christian, but this will shatter it. Really like an attack on Christianity. What are the things you're seeing in the reprogramming? They're using the nothing burger to get everybody's attention for the message. It's what I think's happening.
it is. And people like Altman and Steele have been going behind the scenes, putting together Christian groups, religious groups, getting them into think tanks to get their opinions and ideas. They've been crafting basically a space religion in the background. That's what they want to go for ultimately. And they roll this out in little trickles now, because originally they were saying if we discovered aliens, would we be better about climate change? And little things like that. And then Bobby Harvey is this big astrophysicist who comes out of Talpiot now, which is Israeli intelligence. And he comes out and says, well, what's actually going on here is an AI coming from another system and it's giving us these instructions. Instructions we're supposed to get is like, oh, well, make sure there's a carbon tax. So, this is the kind of thing that
The aliens are, oh, kill the people, save the earth, oh, world government, carbon tax, always the same message.
exactly. The thing is that we have to understand how dangerous the X Protect group. I'd like to go back to this over and over again. They get in charge of these things. So we think that we're dealing with.
Oh, that was nasty. Huh. Interesting cloud formation. Looks like a pair of cheeks, actually. Or a chest, maybe. I don't know. Wow. That water bottle in the sun, that wasn't very good. Should I go to the other door? Colby told me to come over here and ask about the lawn. Colby told me to come over here. Oh, okay. You want me to go to the window or something? You want me to go to another door? Colby told me to come over here. Colby. He told me to come over here. Colby. He said he knows you. Yeah, Colby. He told me to come ask you about your lawn. Ring the bell. Yeah, Colby told me to come over here. Colby. Yeah, Colby told me to come ask you about the lawn. He said he knows you. He said Colby sells to you guys. You guys do haircuts, right? What's it? You guys don't even do haircuts then, or? Hi, Colby told me to come over here. You guys know Colby? Colby? Yeah, Colby told me to come over here and ask if I can take care of your lawn. Colby. Yeah. You guys know a guy named Colby? Yeah. And he told me to come over here and ask if I can do your lawn. The lawn. Cut the grass. No? You guys don't need that? Okay. What about tree trimming? No tree trimming? Okay. No grass, no trees? Okay. Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, right.